We're here at the Mountain States Stock Dog Association 10th anniversary 2025 finals in beautiful Afton, Wyoming. We're going to be looking first up here at the intermediate cattle second round of the intermediate cattle in the main Nutrena arena.
First on is Johnny Callahan and Cleo with Carol Durkin and Tilly on deck, and then 3 Lorena Collins and
So we're getting ready to go. First up is Johnny Callahan and Cleo from Wilton, California. Johnny's been a good friend of mine for many years. We used to rope a lot. Johnny still ropes a little bit at his house. He's put on some trials there at his house in Wilton. Always nice to go over there and play. So he's first up today. We've had a heck of a good time here at Afton. Okay, watch this real quick before Johnny. This is drone footage. Kind of shows you what the course is. It's just a hair different. First of all, they're going to bring the 3-headed cattle through the fetch. So they'll come through just like that. That's obstacle number 1. Then they're going to move them into obstacle number 2. And they've got to come straight through. You can see there's a little opening between that white panel and gray panel. Would be on the left of those horses. They cannot come up through there. They have to go out the end. Then they move on to obstacle number 3. Enter obstacle number 3 and come straight through, just like that. Then they're off to obstacle number 4, which they just have to go around this little triangle. The point of the triangle right there where the horses are going around, that's our point and daylight line. Now they'll come down into the sort. They enter the sort. It's kind of 2 obstacles. There's a pen. They all have to be consumed in the pen before any go out. So now they're consumed. We have the obstacle number 5. Now we sort them. 1 has to go out first to the right. 2 of them have to go out to the left. If 1 goes out to the back like that 1 did, you've got to reload. So that's it. Okay, now let's take a look at live what's happening right this minute. Johnny's already come through the fetch. He and Cleo have the cattle in obstacle number 2. You can see that Cleo's kind of blocking that hole, which she missed that. Yeah, things happening too quick. So that 1 black one walked out that hole and now walked back in. So the pen is dirty. So now he has to unload it and reload it the correct way. And this gets a little tricky. You've got multiple openings, multiple areas they can get around and through. So this is where it's a team sport. During the day, you're going to be seeing commercials from all our great sponsors, our arena sponsors, our Nutrena. So right now we are in the Nutrena Loyall Life Arena. Johnny's still trying to get him back into obstacle number 2. This is a 6-minute course. So we've got the timer going. He's about 2.5 minutes into this. Okay, he's got them loaded correctly. They have to come straight through. So Cleo and Leo and Johnny have to kind of figure out how to push and guard that hole at the same time. There they are. Okay, now they're coming out the right one. Cleo had done a good job of keeping them in. Now they're on to obstacle number 3. entering number 3. Johnny and Cleo doing a good job of controlling these cattle. Cattle have been good so far all week. You know, some better than others, but no real bad ones. They're taking direction well. So they've got to go up along the fence and inside. So Cleo works both sides to put them where they belong. Kind of direct the front cow, push the back cow. Oh. There you go. Yeah, Cleo was getting a little bit confused. Now they're into obstacle number 4. Now they're pointed, so they're good. They've got to come down here to the sort pen, which is where Johnny is standing, waiting for them now. Okay, we've got a handler's line, which is at the back of the, you'll see it in a minute, the back of the sort pen. There's right at the corner where there's a big number 5, right about the back of that pen, all the way over here to the bleachers. Just consider there's a line, and that's where the handler has to stay until the cattle go through obstacle number 3. Once they complete obstacle number 3, then he can move anywhere he wants other than walking into or through an obstacle. It was kind of tricky right there because there's an area probably about 5 feet wide between the fence, that Nutrena sign, and the obstacle, so the cattle could skirt around that side. Now they're loaded into the pen, so he's completed obstacle number 5, has his points, and now there's 2 holes at the front. He timed out 6 minutes. So point-wise, we get 15 points per cow that goes through an obstacle. So if all 3 of them go through, it's 45 points. There's 6 obstacles.
225. Next in, we have Carol and Tilly. On deck is Lorena Collins.
So there are 6 obstacles at 45 points apiece, 270. The total course is 270. That's a full score, and that's what we're shooting for. Johnny wound up with 225 points because he didn't get the last 45 points for his sort. So he's got 225 points. They'll take that and add that to his first round score and see if he can make it into the final round on Saturday. I think you're pretty much going to need 2 full scores to get in there. There might be a couple people that get in with you know, like a 225 and a 270, but I think most of them are going to need 270s, 2 270s to get it done. Huh? Oh, we're just getting started right now. So, see, he might be going to that other arena. Okay, up now we've got Carol Gherkin and Tilly from Payette, Idaho. Carol is also one of our judges. So, like most of us, you know, you go do your job, and then when it's time for your run, you get up and go do your run and come back. So I've got 2 runs this afternoon, and they'll be late in the afternoon. So I'll pretty much be sitting here all day. can see Carol and Tilly have one that doesn't want to group with the other ones. Not a bad cow, just didn't see the reason to stay with the other ones. Most cattle will follow. So she brought that one white face back, grouped up with the other two who were kind enough to stay there, and they just drew them back. Now let's see if we got a leader going into obstacle number 2. Still, that white face just doesn't really see the need to go where they are asking. I gotta tell you, we've been really lucky this year. Last year we had a little snowstorm one day, and trailers and the trucks got pretty much covered with snow. The arena got pretty wet and muddy, and it was colder than a son of a gun for a day and a half. Yesterday the wind blew a little bit here through right through the grandstands. Got a little bit cold, but not bad. You just need to put maybe long sleeve sweater on over your shirt. Looks like it's going to be another nice day. No clouds in the sky. So it's going to be just right for dog trialing. You know, it's not going to be real hot for the dogs and the cattle. Steve's done a wonderful job with these cattle. He started with about 800 head, he told me. And he's got it cut down to about 400. Each one of these cattle, before the final started, they each had probably 4 or 5 trial runs on them. And that's where the cutting comes in. And, you know, Steve watches them pretty close. And any high-headed ones or one that just didn't fit the bill. We pulled out one at his house the other day that was just a little smaller than most of them. And he said, I think I'm going to cut that one out. I just don't think that one's going to do really good for the 6 days here. So he left that one home on all that dice grass that he's got. And he just does such a wonderful job of cutting on these cattle and keeping them fresh and keeping them healthy. He really knows what he's doing. These cattle work 2 6-minute runs a day. They are not rerun in either one of these arenas. They're moved from one to the other so they stay fresh. After their run, this set of cattle is going back to a holding pen where there's lots of hay and lots of water for them. So go out and work 6 minutes and go back and hang out and tell stories with your buddies. Pretty nice job. So for those of you that are new to the sport or might be tuned in and don't necessarily understand what we're trying to do, most of the dogs here are border collies. Some of them are red like Tilly, some of them are black and white, some of them are almost all white with a little bit of black or red or brown on them. Some of them are tricolored, some of them are long-haired, some of them are short-haired. I think there are a couple Kelpies, and I believe there's a few hanging tree dogs. So when I see one of those, which I will probably a little bit later, J.R. Bailey has one. He won't be in this class, but I know Major's going to be, I'm pretty sure Major will be in here. And we can talk about what the hanging tree dog is. It's kind of a newer breed. And I got a lesson from JR last night on it, so we talk about it. Okay, well, Carol got them in, but they all went out the one hole. And actually, the first one went out completely out before they were all loaded. So they all have to be loaded. That means tail head has to be in, all the way in, before the first one goes out completely. So the first one can be going out, and we can have most of the body out before the last one's tail head. But that last one that's entering the pen, the tail head has to be all the way in before the tail of the one going out gets out. A little bit confusing to say, but pretty easy to see when you, after you've done it a time or two. So there's our buzzer, 6 minutes for Carol. So for those of you who are not familiar with terminology and things like that, if you think of a
Carol,
clock.
Durkin, and Tilly for score of 225. Next up is 3, Lorena Collins and Edge. On deck is Gilberto Valdez and LT Lace with 5, Doreen McCourt and Maggie in the hole.
If you think the cattle, you think of the working as the big clock. The cattle are the center of the clock where the hands together. Wherever you are standing, let's call it 6 o'clock on the clock. Genetically, the border collies will go to 12 o'clock. Their genetic makeup is to fetch the cattle to you and control them. So even as little pups, they will go around, and wherever you walk to.
The charity handler meeting is right now in the lower arena.
If you will walk to from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, that dog will just normally move over to 3 o'clock. You don't have to talk to them. And if you walk all the way around to 12, they'll stay at 6. And, you know, they just work that way. That's their natural ability. So when we're training, one of the biggest things that we have to train to is to get the dog to accept us as a team member and the leader, and to really just accept us as the leader. Because when we come out here, the dog can naturally work, but they don't always know which obstacle to go through, or, you know, they want to go head to cow and bring it back to us. And you'll see some of that later on, where the dogs get a little bit tight in situations, and they'll take off on their own because their genetics just say, bring them back and hold them. Okay, here we've got Lorena Collins and Edge. Lorena's from Moore, Idaho. Calls for cattle. They walk out. Edge takes off on an away command. Away is the command that sends that dog counterclockwise to the cattle. Again, thinking of a big clock. If she would have sent the dog the other way, that would have been called come by or go by, and that is clockwise. Other commands are walk up. That tells the dog to wherever he is to walk straight into that cow. Back end, side end, head end. Just walk straight into them. There are several other commands that people try to put on these dogs, you know, to help us do a better job of working. Lorena makes it nicely through. You know, it's nice when the cattle will pick up the speed just a little bit and trot, and that'll help save some time. That'll pick up some time. Some of these cattle, they're just have been a little bit sticky. It just, they move slowly, and you can only go as fast as those cattle will go. If the dog pushes on them too hard, chances are we're going to blow them up, and we're going to have more of a problem than just going a little bit slower. So this is a timed event, and it's not judged per se on how fancy we are, or how many steps we take, or how many times we jump up and down, or how much we talk to the dog. It's strictly points and time. So again, a full score is 270 points. So at the end of the day, the dog with the most points, and there's going to be a bunch of them with 270, and the fastest time is going to be the winner. So there's a good chance that there could be two dogs with the same amount of points and the exact same time. And then we have a tiebreaker, and that's our fetch time. And what the fetch time is the first obstacle that they come through. That's called We call those our fetch panels because the dog is actually fetching or bringing those cattle to us. And the judges will take a time. The first one on the first head that comes through. As the tail head comes through, they stop their stopwatch, they'll take a time and write it down, and that's our tiebreaker. So Lorena's done a good job. She's at just 3 minutes entering the sort pen. Kind of skirt around there, so we've got to get these other two in before that one walks out. Now they're loaded. Lorena's good. They can't go out the back. Good job. Good job. A little bit of luck and a lot of talent. So nice job. She was at looks like 328 or so. And that's our first full score for the day. There'll be many of them. So these finals started on Monday. They'll end with the final round on Saturday.
With a full score and a time of 3:28.
They'll do after the runs today. They'll tally up the scores and the time. They'll take approximately top 25. There could be an extra one in there somewhere for one reason or another. Yeah, those dogs that go to the final round, the third round, on Saturday. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. Okay, so this is Gilbert Valdez and Lace from Hanford, California. Gilbert lives a couple, 3 hours south of where we are in Northern California. He and his wife, Cecilia, both compete. They have been gracious enough to put on several trials down in their area that have been very, very nice. We enjoy going down there and competing. So we appreciate Gilbert's dedication and work, Cecilia's work to put these on. They always run really smoothly. We've got the wrong name up on the on my monitor, but we've got the So if you are looking at the live feed and your live feed is telling you the same thing that mine does, it says Doreen, which Doreen is next, but this is Gilbert. You know, just in this class, we've got people from both sides of the United States, from the south to the north, from the east to the west. Just give you a couple ideas. I think that the state that has the most contestants in dogs is California. So I'm going to go through here. I'll give you just an idea how many different states and areas are here. But just in this class, I see we've got people from California, Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, Nevada, Oregon, Idaho again, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, Montana, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Oregon, Washington, Alabama. That was just this class. So in this class, there are 61 dogs running. And this is the intermediate. So Gilbert is through number 3, he's going to number 4. So we've got, normally we have 4 classes here, we have 5 because we have a futurity. So the open class is the most experienced handlers. A lot of them are trainers, a lot of them are just, people that really know how to handle their dogs and their stock and have good dogs, breed good dogs, etc. But they're the most experienced, and that's the open class. The next class would be, and that's based on your handler. The next class that's based on our handler is the intermediate class, and that's what we're looking at now. All these handlers are not beginners, they're not novices, they're very good handlers. Their next step up would be to move to the open. Right now they're in the intermediate. Then we have the novice class, and that's for people just getting into the sport and getting used to it and learning, and they can move up then to the intermediate and on to the open. So let's see Gilbert's sort. He's got them all loaded, and he's got a good time. He's at 3 minutes and 50. He's made the first sort. All he's got to do is get these 2 around the corner, and there he goes. So he's at 4 minutes. Nice run. Okay. Then our novice class is our entry level, and we've got a lot of younger people in it. We've got a lot of older people in it. We've got people in the cattle. We've got people in the sheep. Don't forget, we are running sheep at these finals too. We run them all year long, and that's been a big growth. I think bigger than the cattle, is growing faster. So then we've got the open, intermediate, novice. Then we have a nursery class. This is the class that's based on the age of the dog. Most of the dogs in the nursery class are 3 years or younger. There's a birth date that they have to be born after
with a score of 270
to qualify.
4 minutes.
So
Up
normally,
next is Doreen McCourt and MISR Maggie. Next is David Briggs and Dash with Clyde McCourt and Spud in the hole.
so normally you can start showing a dog. He's probably ready, depending on the dog and the training and how he takes what you want to do. Sometimes like a year and a half or so, right around in there. So you got a couple years to show the dog in the nursery class. We also here have a futurity class, and that's nursery age dogs that you can enter in a futurity. They can't be shown before you enter them. So you have to kind of pay in advance, and you have to bring them to a trial. You can show them all year round. It's a little different trial. A little different situation. And then we have a special futurity class here for those dogs. And it's just something extra for us to do. So here comes Doreen McCourt, she is one of the founders and the worker bees of this association. And we've been fortunate to become very good friends and very close with Doreen and her husband Clyde, who live in Wellington, Price, Utah. I think they live in Wellington. Price is kind of the town that's a little bit bigger, and just super nice people and working hard. So to put this thing on that goes 6 days, when you look around, especially if you're just looking at the live feed, you're looking at one arena. Well, we've got the upper arena, which is the Nutrena Loyall Life Arena. We've got the lower cattle arena, which is the Nutrena True Arena. So we've got 2 cattle arenas going simultaneously all day long. Then we have a sheep arena going, and we have a field going. Field doesn't go every single day, but I think it goes about 4 out of the 6 days. So you've got to have judges, you've got to have scribes, you've got to have set out crew, you've got to have exhaust crew, you've got to move cattle from the pens out to the field, so you've got to have 2 trucks and trailers moving all day long, moving them in and out all the way to the field. Sunday night before we started Monday morning, Steve always has a little meeting for everybody that helps out. Yeah, everybody from us said, "Oh, Doreen, you got almost run over there." That was a prime example of, where a cow can escape on that one. You have to block that hole, and there's no sense taking a chance of getting knocked on your butt with these cattle. So, we were at the meeting, and everybody from the commentators that we switch off all the time in these different arenas. We've got several commentators, we've got judges, we've got scribes, we've got set out crew, we've got exhaust crew. They've actually got 2 young men running around here pretty much all day long into all these arenas, asking you if you need something to eat or drink. That's a full-time job. I was sitting in there the other night, and I started looking around, and we're in a conference room here at this beautiful fairgrounds. And I started counting, and there had to be 35, 40 people in there, and there's probably a few people who weren't there. So I wouldn't doubt that there's darn near 50 of us. Some adults, mostly young people, and there were some kids in there that I'm not sure were 10 years old that are out here working all day long. Now, one of the arenas started at 7. This one started at 7:30. They kind of stagger them so Steve and Jeannie can get to each one of these arenas and do the handlers meeting and answer any questions that might be there. And it's amazing because you don't see them. You don't know. Like, I can look over here where the cattle are set out, and I can see about 3 or 4 little heads sticking up above this fence. They're watching. But there's cattle all in back of this back fence, right underneath that Lincoln County Fairgrounds sign that you'll see when our camera crew pans over that way, and there's a little pop-up, red, white, and blue pop-up. Well, all that area back there is filled with cattle right now, and the kids have to sort those cattle and set them into pens of 3 so they're ready to be set out. So they're all ready for, they're all ready. A great run for Doreen, 4 minutes and 31 seconds. So there's, these kids do a great job, and they work all day long, and they're here before we start because they've got to get their cattle pen set. The cattle are turned out on a big pasture
Doreen
at
and
night.
Maggie with a full score of a time of 4:31. Next up, we have 6, David Briggs and Dash. 7, Clyde McCourt and Spud are on deck. And 8, Cash Kennington and G.D. Moe are in the hole.
We crossed Ash with Cash, and we have a lot of Cash Ash pups. I think, including Mom, Ash, there are 5 or 6 offspring. David's got 1, and then Dash just fathered a litter. And he brought me 2 of the puppies, and he's keeping 1. Brian Jacobs took another, so those pups are all going to come back here in a couple of years and be out here. So my wife Kathy is still showing Ash. She showed her yesterday in the novice class. There was also a Stash. Jessica Mossball owns Stash now. Brian Jacobs' wife Haley was showing Stash for a couple of years, and And now they have two little children at home, a 2-year-old, and I think Lyle's almost 2, and just had a little girl here a few months ago. So Haley is here, but she's not showing. She's got her hands full with 2 young'uns. And she's here supporting and controlling the whole situation. So we're kind of proud of this dog. He's done a really good job. David lives, again, south of us by several hours, but we go down there and we're competing at different trials together. And one day he's kicking my butt and with Dash, and next day I'm trying to kick his butt with one of the sisters that I have. So I've got a couple of them, one out of the first litter and one out of her second litter that I'll be showing today later on. Allie and Abby. Hopefully they both woke up on the right side of the kennel this morning. So David's doing a good job. He's at 1 minute and 40 seconds, and he's gone through obstacle number 3. Let's see. Dash is a big, strong male dog. Got a lot of presence to him. And you can see that, David's a really good handler. And, he runs a good-sized ranch down there in Wood Lake. And he can stay ahead of this dog. Right there. You've got to match the handler with the dog. If you're not a strong, aggressive person, you probably shouldn't have a strong, aggressive dog. They're a handful, and just because you see a dog doing the right thing, it's kind of like riding a horse, guys. I don't know how many of you are horse people, but you watch a good trainer ride a horse in any discipline, and you think, boy, that's a great horse. He's doing everything right. So you decide you need to have that horse, so you go pay a lot of money for that horse. Take him home, and you throw him in the stall, and you feed him a lot of food for a couple weeks before you get ready to get on him. And you get on him, and he doesn't do half of what he was doing when he was home with that trainer. Well, that trainer knew every button to push, and he was riding him every day, and he didn't leave him stalled up for a couple days. And, we're not trainers. So what a good handler, and David's a really good handler, and he's strong. He can control his dog. His dog's doing everything he can to get old Whitey back to where he needs to be. Sometimes you get one who just doesn't want to cooperate. So there he goes. So Dash got the job done. All it did is eat up a lot of time. So now he's going to have to go around them, turn them around, bring them in to obstacle number 5. He's got time to do it if things work good. So let's see how David works this. There they are. Those two just kind of skirted around. Have to try it again. Well, yesterday it seemed like I had lots of friends out there listening in. Of course, we're an hour ahead of home now, so don't know how many people got up early just to watch this. David's going to try the load again. Looks like he's got it going good this time. Yep, he's loaded, so he's at 225 points. He's got to get one out the right side and two out the left. The one on the right has to go first. And he needs dash there at the back end to block. And that white one has to get all the way out. Now he can let the other two out. Good job. Getting close, 547. But I think he got a full score the first run. Not 100% sure, but if he did, at least that gives him two full scores, and that
David
very
Briggs
likely.
Dash with a score of 270 and a time of 547. Next up, we have Clyde McCourt and MSSA Spud. 8, Cash Kennington is on deck, and 9, Aubrey Ware and Eder are in the hole.
Okay, our cowboy crew comes in and gets these cattle out. This thing runs so darn smooth. You really can't believe how fine-tuned this thing is. There's just no wasted time. We'll take a couple breaks here during the day as the horseback crew, Kevin and his group, need to move cattle from one arena to the other. So we'll shut both of them down so we don't have any distractions to the dogs that might be in the arena as the cattle are being moved up and down the alleyway. And that's pretty the only breaks we take all day. So here comes Clyde McCourt. You saw his wife Doreen out there with Maggie a couple runs ago, and this is Clyde and Spud. So Clyde and Doreen were two of the founding members of Mountain State Stock Dog, along with Steve and Sherry White and Jeannie Biggers. So the 5 of those have all this weight on their shoulders to put this on and make it run smoothly, and they have just done a tremendous job. This is our 10th anniversary, so it's kind of a big deal. This is the biggest stock dog association in the United States. Not sure about Canada, but I know for sure in the United States, the number of dogs are in the thousands. You know, I think there are well over 1,000 dogs in their memory bank, and I don't know how many members they have, but a whole bunch. A lot of people are, you know, here, they'll run more than one dog. And if there's multiple classes, they could run a couple dogs in this class, and then if Clyde had a nursery age dog, he could run a dog or two or whatever he had in the nursery and in the intermediate here. He could also have a futurity dog and run them in that. So, and there's a lot of the handlers that do that, you know, especially your open handlers. A lot of them are trainers and breeders, so they need to promote their business, and they're very good at it. So they'll have a couple or several dogs in the open class. They'll have a couple or several in the nursery class. They'll have a couple or several in the futurity class. And they're just running back and forth. And they could be running in the cattle. They could be running also in the sheep. So I know several of them run cattle and sheep. We can run the same dog in both cattle and sheep. You know, these dogs are very versatile. So the sheep is the same type of course and classes as the cattle. So it's not a judged event like traditional sheepdog classes are. These are in an arena or out in our field, but they're still points in time. So, you know, if you've got an inkling that you'd like to get involved, there's lots of people around that are more than willing to help you. find dogs, help give lessons and train, and it just takes a lot of practice. It's nothing that you can come out here and do in a couple days. I mean, even if you know stock, this takes a long time to figure out. I mean, it's just, it's so fluid, and once we cut those dogs loose, once you send them on their fetch, you don't have any control over it. It's not like riding a horse where you're sitting on top of them and you've got a hold of the reins and you've got control. You know, that dog has to listen to you. You have to be in the right place. He has to be in the right place. You have to figure out where everything needs to be. Kind of just like what happened to Clyde. You could see him kind of look around. He kind of lost track of where everything was. He had one go in, the other two just barely skirted the outside of that entry panel. Spud wasn't able to get over there quick enough. The one that went in squirted out the front, so he had one out there. He had two coming around the outside. He had Spud trying to gather them all up. And, you know, I know he just kind of took a deep breath and said, what just happened? What just happened? And we say that, and I can tell you, and you know, we sit here and talk with our friends afterwards. You know, we go back to camp and we might have a couple drinks and eat some food and just sit around and have some laughs and tell some lies. But everybody says the same thing. This is the hardest thing I've ever done. You know, you can do it, but to keep getting better at it, it is difficult because it's so fluid. Every day is different, but every day has to be the same. Clyde's having a little trouble getting this one turned around, and there he goes. So he's going to get it done. He's going to have a decent time, 4:51, and a full score. So like I said earlier, I think you're going to need 2 full scores to get into the final round.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks, Rocky. Thanks, Cooper. You too, Toby and Jody and Daisy and Sadie and Gracie. Your loyalty means everything to us, which is why we perfected the recipes behind our food and included special support for mobility and immunity. Find premium nutrition near you at NutrenaWorld.com/LoyalLife. Nutrena, what's inside counts.
Hall, Sarah Venegas, and SLV Minnie, and getting ready, Sam White and MISR Jack.
So here comes Cash and Mo, our set out crew. And if you notice, when these cattle come out, they all come out the same way. That's not luck. That's work. You know, Steve has shown and trained and told these young people that are doing this is the way I want it done. This is the way it has to be done. So after that crew set these cattle out, that emptied that set out pen, they are now back there moving their pens forward. They've got several pens there, and they'll put 3 in each one. They're moving a pen up into the set out pen where these cattle can stay together. They've been together now since morning, but you separate 3 off, put them in the pens, and you let them settle and kind of get used to each other. And again, they got water in each pen. So Cash doing a good job. He's a minute. He's already pretty much through obstacle number 3. Mo is doing a great job. He's got black one wanted to skirt around the backside. He went over there and stopped them. They're at a nice pace. That is the pace that we would be looking for. He can really make up some time. They're staying together, kind of head to tail. Mo needs to direct the front cow and push the back cow. So he's got them where he wants them. Just keeps them going straight. You know, some handlers will use voice commands. Some will use whistles. It really doesn't make a difference. Dogs are very forgiving, whatever you want, whatever they're trained on. Okay. You know, cattle are all sticking together. Mo is directing the front cow. There you go. Stop that. Yes, okay. Got two. You can hear Cash kind of giving directions. He's the quarterback of the team. Okay, so old Red here, and just said, I don't see a reason to be there. So Cash is going to just hustle down there and put a little extra pressure on. He's hoping that those other two will stand still and just stay in the pen, and this other one will be drawn to him once he gets turned around. Now, every arena or every field you go into, every situation, whether you're at a trial or whether you're out on a ranch, there's a draw. There's some place that the cattle would rather be in most cases than where you're trying to take them. And in these arenas, it's been the set-out gate. So that big, the area over there under the big sign where you see the cattle come out, right by that Nutrena sign, right there, right behind that fence, all those tarps that we put up last Saturday and Sunday for 2 days with a whole bunch of great crew. All those cattle are standing behind there, and that's where these guys came from. So, geez, the draw ought to be right where my buddies are. Now, the other two black ones, they've decided they don't want to wait for the red one, so they're just walking down to the exhaust gate. They got a little bit more calm in them. And they say, you know, I think we're going to go out this way, and that's, if we go out here, we're going to be back on feed. So you can see that a really good set and a really good time. It was excellent. You know, he was going to win this. He was set up that way, and all of a sudden, maybe just a small overflank or standing in the wrong place by 2 feet, too far to the left, too far to the right, too close, too back. If he can get him turned around without him going to the back fence, he's probably going to be okay and be able to finish. He's still got a minute left. But he had a great time going in, and it just kind of went to hell in a handbasket, I guess you can say. When you get down coming this way to the sort pen, and I saw it in the other arena the last couple of days, I was doing the commentary there, that if you get down to the sort pen and you allow those cattle to turn their head back to the set out, they're probably want to go there. You know, they've got a strong demand to be where they want to be. But Gash has still got about 25 seconds left, and let's see if we can get him turned around and get on the other side. There they go, and he's going to be running to the end. Yep, he made it. So nice job, 550. He had 10 seconds to spare. So he's got a full score, and that's what he needs to have in order to move on to the final round. You know, if you drop a couple points here or there, you're just probably not going to make it unless you're extremely fast.
That was Cash Newington and G.D. Moe. Full points and time of 5:50. Next up, we have Aubrey, number 9, Aubrey Ware and Era. On deck, Sarah Venegas and SLB Vinny. In the hall, Sam White and MSSA. Getting ready, Randy Canbaker and G.S. Bobby.
Aubrey Ware and Etta, Morgan House, California. That's in Northern California. Aubrey and Etta have been together for several years. All the miles around home. Let's see which way Aubrey set that up. With that. It seems like most of the cattle, she's going to send them go by. She had them kind of set up to go away, but most of the cattle that I've seen come out, they look over to their right. Doesn't really matter, you know, they're not running off or anything, you know, just your choice. You can do either way. Okay, so she's got a good time on the fetch, 30 seconds or so, 35 seconds. Moving to obstacle number 2. She's going to move over to the far side, kind of blocking that. See if she can get them turned in. Yeah, they all look there. Now, don't forget, we have a hole on the left side of the cattle, right about where they are now, that they could go out. Aubrey's doing a good job. Etta's doing an excellent job of holding her position, keeping the cattle pushed up against the back wall of those panels, and not escaping through that hole. I've said before that as handlers, our biggest nemesis is what I'm going to call the overflank. So a flank is when we send that dog right or left, away or come by, and the dog goes too far, whether it's the dog or whether it's us. Now see, right now, that dog's stopped those cattle, who stopped the flow. Not a bad thing if you're at home on the ranch, but here you stop those cattle and you push their head to their right, and they didn't want to go through where they should. So now he's got to bring her back. See, there's 2 openings on this. And it looks like, you know, if you just watched the previous sets, it looks like they just kind of run through. There's no big deal. No, there's options for these cattle to make a mistake. And if the dog is in the wrong place, or the handler is in the wrong place, by sometimes just a foot, one way or the other, will push those cattle away. We're the pressure. We talk about pressure and release. So put a little pressure on. See, even where Aubrey is now, she's pressuring those cattle. See them turn? Yeah, Etta did a nice job of coming around there. And she's recovered. We're on to obstacle number 4. Okay, there's your overflank again. She wants her to go away to get those cattle right there. There you are.
Lie down. Lie down. Down. Etta, come by. There, lie down. Down.
So we've got to have a dog that responds. Getting that dog stopped is probably one of the most important factors of working them. I mean, we can have a strong dog, a weak dog, it doesn't matter, but if we can get them into the right place to influence the stock, then we're going to be okay. And we are a team. So the cattle are marching down in here. She's still got lots of time. She's less than 4 minutes. She's got 2 minutes to get them in there and get them sorted. You can see how these cattle just don't always want to go in. There's one that just kind of wants to not go. Etta needs to get over here and get ahead of that cow's eye, get her turned around before she decides to go somewhere else. Cattle will normally follow once they see the reason. Okay, now they are in and pinned. That was very nice of the other two to stand quietly and let the other one come in. She needs to get one out to right and the other two out the left without going out the back. Now what makes this sort pretty difficult is we have two openings, but then in the middle we have a panel that goes up into the pen. So right now all those cattle are on that far side. Aubrey has to get over. You can see the cattle have to come back into the pen, or deeper into the pen, around the panel, and now out. So she's good. She's right there at 5 minutes and change. And a full score. So excellent.
Our Salmon River is a grain-free food formulated for adult dogs. It contains 28% crude protein, 16% crude fat, and 390 calories per cup. It contains extremely high levels of omega-3. In fact, the omega-3 to 6 ratio is almost a 1-to-1, practically unheard of in the industry. It contains our VX Advantage, which is a proprietary blend of vitamins and minerals, including selenium yeast as a sole source of added selenium. Probiotics, prebiotics, postbiotics, all working together to support a healthy digestive and immune system. Another unique feature of all Next Level foods, including Salmon River, is the fact that we control macro minerals, including calcium, to levels significantly below FDA maximums, which research has
There. Lie down. Away. Lie down. Away.
Okay, right now we've got Sarah Venegas and SLV Venny from Haines, Oregon. And if you're new to what's going on, when you see the name of the dog posted and you see these, could be initials or a name or something in front of the dog's name, SLV, it's an insignia for the, in most cases, the breeder, you know, where that dog came from. In this case, it's Sarah. Sarah bred this dog. I don't know what the L stands for. I don't know probably her middle name. But it's Sarah L. Venegas, Venny. So all the dogs that come off out of her breeding are going to have an SLV and then the name. So just in case you were wondering. A little bit of cat and mouse. You know, you can see how they're just standing there looking at her. They're not quite sure where she wants them to go. You know, our positioning is extremely important, both ours and the dog. They don't necessarily see a need to go in. So a lot of times if things aren't moving, we should move around. We should move our dog. You can see that Sarah moved to her right, kind of moved out of those cows' eyes, gave them more of a clear path. Sometimes we don't realize the pressure that we put on. So where she's standing, she is pressuring them. And then we relieve the pressure. There. So Vinny is on the far side. Sarah has to stay there and block the hole. Nice job. They're through obstacle number 2 now, on to number 3.
There, lie down.
Okay, you can see that each set of cattle is a little bit different. This one's cooperative, but it's not trotty like a couple of the other sets have been. But and then you just you've got to take what's given to you. This is a nice set. They're not causing any problem. They are moving right to the obstacle. They're going right where Vinny is asking them to go. And, you know, if you want him to go faster, he's going to have to put more pressure on it, like he's doing right now. And you're liable to have some sort of blow up. Right now, he couldn't get around there. They were a little tight on the fence. And that's kind of a dangerous spot for the dog to go in between the cattle and that fence in a tight situation like that. And they've got a self-preservation mode as well. Not saying that some dogs wouldn't skirt around there, and not saying that it's not good, not bad, but you know, that's what happened. So now we're trying to get them into the obstacle. Sierra's got plenty of time to make her sort. Just need to get them in. Looks like that's going to happen right now. So they're in. Got one out the correct side. We've got to turn these around, not let them get out the back. Here we up. Yep, come on, Vinny. Vinny backed up just a hair, and old Red decided he wanted to go that way, not the other way. Now we're time-wise, we're possibly don't have enough time to get them reloaded and sorted. She's got about 30 seconds. Oh, thank you.
That was Sarah Venegas and SLV Vinny. Score of 225.
For Lorena from Idaho, the National Stock Dog Finals are about good people, fair runs, and a reason to come back year after year.
It's just a big family, so it's always fun to come visit with friends. But then the competition, Steve works really, really hard to have even cattle, so the competition feels pretty doggone fair as it can be.
Catch Lorena and more in Afton, Wyoming at the Mountain State Stock Dog Association Finals. 10 years in and the largest in the country.
Okay, right now we've got Randy Pennybaker and G.S. Frosty from Reedley, California. Randy and his wife Kelly put on several trials down there, and always been nice to go to. They put some on there at their ranch. They've also put some on at the Squaw Valley Rodeo grounds. Been nicely attended. They do a good job putting these trials on, so we appreciate that. Okay, so we just talked about the initials and things before the dog's name. This is Frosty, but GS, that stands for Golden State. Golden State Stock Dogs, which is Brian Jacobs. So if you knew or if you were interested, you'd know that particular dog came from Brian and his breeding program. So just a little bit more knowledge for y'all to think about. Okay, Randy's got a good run going. He's on to obstacle number 4. Uh-oh. Frosty took the wrong flank. So not a huge problem other than they ate up a little bit of time. He got them straightened out. But as they were marching down, they were kind of drifting towards the center of the arena, and Randy needed them pushed up on the top side of this arena towards the big sign to make it through that obstacle number 4, and I heard him say go by, and Frosty went away. So that's where you heard him kind of growl at him, and by that time the cattle had kind of drifted in the wrong direction, but he's recovering. Okay, we need to get them all into that obstacle before that one gets out. Now they're done. I think they made it, and if they did, that's going to be a nice sort. So I'm assuming they made it, since I didn't see Marge stick her head out there and tell Randy he needed to reload that pen, but it was getting close. That front one was almost out before the back one got all the way in. So, but he
Good
did
job,
it. He and
Randy
Frosty got it
and
done.
GS Frosty, that was full points and a time of 3:08. That would be our new leader.
That's a
Next up, we have
nice
number
time.
13, Leonard Morrow and Gus. On deck, Irby Chandler and Nan. In the hole, Dylan Seeger and DS Ruby. Getting ready, Dave Hammond and Tink.
Okay, here now is Leonard Morrow and Gus from New Mexico. Leonard is a good sponsor here. He sponsored a buckle and supported the association, and I think he's done that several years in the past as well, so we really appreciate it. Appreciate our sponsors, Working Stock Dogs, Angie Johnson, for all the trial information, upcoming clinics, breeders, trainers, dogs, and more. I think they've got a little marketplace on there. You can scan the QR code if you'd like. And we really appreciate their, it's something new that they started last year. So here are Leonard and Gus. Leonard calls for his cattle. Set out crew does a nice job, sets them out. Gus takes off on the come by side. Picks them up, moves them forward. Got to get over there and stop them from skirting around, set them out to the middle once again. There you are. Easy peasy, just like that. Nice time. Cattle are making up a little bit of time there at a trot. Got to control the front one, push the back one. Direct the front one, push the back one. Leonard got his in. Let's see if Gus can get around there and get his in. Yep. We got him. Oop. Somebody's trying to come out. Okay, we got him. Now we got a hole over here on the cattle's left side. I think Leonard's going to get over there and keep him pushed away from that hole. Good job. Gus did his job of pushing them out. Now we've got to direct the front one, push the back one. Okay. Like I say, this is kind of a game of inches. You know, Gus was a hair late on getting there, and that one skirted around. You know, he's corrected the problem. It's just the clock kept ticking. So now he needs to go directly to obstacle number 4. And as we all know, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So the straighter we can keep these cattle going without turning their heads around and stopping them. So you can see that these cattle like that back in. That's where they were set out. That's where all their buddies are. But they're good cattle. They're not bad cattle. Some of these are just more challenging than others. Bad cattle are ones that are jumping out of the arena or trying to run over the top of your dog. We don't have those cattle here. So remember, when you go into this pen, there's an alleyway on the right side of that pen that has to be blocked or they'll go down, and that's what Gus is doing right now. He's blocking that alley so they can't get down, but they can skirt out this way. Hopefully cattle will follow. Now he's got them all in. Oh, he's got a great run going. One out to right. Let's see if we can get him turned around. Don't forget there's a big panel in the middle of it that's going from top to bottom of this arena. Gus has to get under there. Nice run, David. You got 2 full ones? Yeah. Okay, that's a full run for Leonard and Gus. Nice run, about 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Good job, Leonard, Morrow, and Gus. That was full points at a time of 3:10. Next up, we have Irby Chandler, number 14, with Nan. And on deck, Dylan Seeger and D.S. Ruby. In the hole, David Hammond and Tink. Getting ready, Cindy Coleman and MISR June.
Okay, we talk about these cattle before, Steve White on his ranch told me that he started out with about 800 head of cattle. They just move those continually from field to field, field to dog. That's how it starts, getting the cattle broke to respecting the dog. Sometimes do it on horseback, sometimes they do it on their side-by-sides. They've got big pivot irrigation, and they'll move field to field. So we'll start off just moving them that way. Then Steve had a couple trials at his house prior to hauling over here to the finals. So like I mentioned earlier, these cattle have had probably 4, 5, 6 runs on them, and Steve was continually sorting on them, so if one didn't fit the bill, he pulled them out, whether it was size, whether it be maybe a bad eye situation, maybe it be a cow that was not quite as strong or as healthy, that needed some special attention. He'd pull those out, and they've all been taken care of, and they're still on the ranch on that wonderful grass that he raises. So he's one of the ranchers. They make their money by converting grass to meat, and that's what it's all about. So just we stress these cattle in any way, whether it be just hauling them, whether it be moving them, whether it be anything. We try to do it in a low stress manner, any type of working. Okay, here comes Dylan Seeger and his dog, DS Ruby, and I'm only assuming that the DS stands for Dylan Seeger. Dylan sends Ruby on a come by. Cattle are set out. kind of nice when they're set out and they just move forward. They don't stall up. So this is going to be a really quick fetch time. It was 13, 14 seconds, I believe. And they're still at a trot. So now we're going to direct the front one, push the back one. Got them all standing there. We just have to get them to head in the right direction. So Ruby's going to put a little pressure on them. Got two of them in. Dylan kind of switches positions with Ruby. She'll get them gathered up and push back towards the entrance of that. You know, I think on the Mountain States website, and if you go to the finals for 2025, you can look at they have an online program, I believe. Not 100% sure of that, but I think I saw the prompt for that. And if you want to look at it, you can if it's there. I'd advise that there's a lot of good information. There's pictures from years past. There's just a lot of good information. It does have all the run orders and the classes and the schedules for this week in it. But combined with that, it's got things about their scholarship program, which we'll be doing tonight. Actually, we'll be having our banquet dinner and our scholarship auction, where many people bring things that are either handmade or purchased or just things of interest to put into the auction. And the auction in the past has raised thousands of dollars. People have been extremely generous. And this all goes into their scholarship program. This year they've given 3 scholarships away. And they talk about that and have pictures of the young people that have won these scholarships and applied for the scholarships. And it doesn't have to necessarily be for a college. It can be for a trade associations. One of the young ladies who's from here in Afton, actually, and her mom and dad are very much involved. The Hepworth family. Cashley has been awarded a scholarship, and she told me the other day she is going to a school for mortuary science. We're asking for maybe some gift certificates from her when she gets certified, you know. I think that'd be a nice thing to give away, wouldn't it? Gift certificate to a mortuary. That's on the lighter side. But look at the program. There's a lot of good information in it, things you can learn. You might already know a lot of that, but there might be something in there that's new to you. Okay, Dylan's got them pushed into the sort pen. Got to push them over on the far side. 1 out. Uh-oh. 2 got out. That is not correct. So that negates his sort. He gets no points for his sort so far. No matter what happens, he has his pen points. So he's got his 45 points for penning them. But now, because 2 went out that hole in the right, and only 1 was supposed to go out, he's got to repin them. So he's got about a minute left. And let's see if he's got enough time to get them into the pen again and get them sorted correctly. Got one patiently standing in there. Now that was a bad deal. They went in the wrong hole. If you saw, they went in the exit hole. So that means the one in the pen that was standing there so nicely, that dirtied up the pen by coming in the wrong entrance. So now he had to take that one out. All three of them had to come out, turn around, and reload. So he's got about 15 seconds left. And I don't know that he's quite got enough time to make it happen. Let's see, he's got time to work and he's going to use it. Let's see how good he does. The timer's just about to go off. There it is. So he's going to wind up with a score of 225. And they'll add that to his first run score and see if he makes it to the finals.
From playful pups to cuddly kittens, Loyal Life Super Premium Pet Food makes it easy to choose the product that's just right for your pet's life stage. Every pet has their own special nutritional needs, and we've got the super premium option your family's best friend deserves.
On deck, Cindy Coleman and MISR June. In the hole, Brett Batterly and GS Flynn. Getting ready, Annie Reynolds and Cal.
Okay, up now we have Dave Hammond and I don't know if this is Scam. Who is this? Scam. Tink. Okay. Dave used to be a cutting horse trainer. Now doing successfully in the dog world. Been learning a lot. He's one of them that have told me that this is the hardest thing that he's ever done. So. Okay. Okay, I am going to take a break for about 2 minutes, and I will be right back. Okay, back at you with Dave and Tink. Into obstacle number 2, doing a nice job. Looks like Dave got 2 black steers and a black heifer. Okay. Got to get that one on the other side of the panel. So now he has. Tink can go around and gather them up. Direct the front one, push the back one. Direct. Get these other 2 to turn. Dave puts a little pressure on them on that side so they don't skirt out there. He's good. Okay, that's time for Dave and Tink. Had a challenging set.
Some really nice dog work there. Thank you, Dave Hammond and Tink. Next up, we have number 17, Cindy Coleman and MISR June. Okay, on deck is going to be Brett Matteroli and G.S. Flynn. In the hole, Andy Reynolds and Cal. Getting ready, Wayne Hunter and Major.
Okay, coming up now, we've got Cindy Coleman in June. Okay, you're looking, this is kind of a cute video. This is from a drone showing you the course, the sort. I don't know why it had one come out the back when they did that, but can't have one come out the back. So here comes Cindy in June from Weiser, Idaho. Okay, so let's talk about some of the rules and how we point. We got 3 of them, 3 head. Each head is worth 15 points every time you get through an obstacle. So she got all 3 of them through that obstacle. So she's got 45 points right now. We've got a total of 6 obstacles at 45 points. The total score full score is going to be 270 points, and that's what we're shooting for. So now we're set up here to go into the obstacle number 2. You can go on to the next obstacle with less than all of them. For instance, if one of them just wants to cause you a real problem and you don't want to fight with them anymore and you know you're not going to win this, and you get 2 of them through and one of them's bouncing off the fence at the other end, there's no sense going over there and getting your dog all messed up. You can move on. You will not get the points for that. So if for some reason Cindy wanted to go on and just have 2 go through, she could do it. But you're not going to see anybody do that because they know they can't get to the finals on less than a full score. But in a lot of trials that are smaller during the year, you'll see people do that. So that's acceptable. Okay. So again, this is All our trials are just points and time. So every time you go through an obstacle with those cattle, you get points. It's not always 15 points, it just happens to be that way here at the finals, so the numbers work out good. So Cindy right now has 2 obstacles done at 45 points. Now she has 3 obstacles done with 45 points. Okay, the first thing that is going to take you to winner, the guy with the most points is going to win. The guy with the most points and then the fastest time is going to win. So if you have more than one person with the same number of points at a trial, and this is the way it is all year round as well. If only one person, for instance, has a full score, and he is, let's just say, 5 minutes, and it's a 6-minute course. Course times vary. You go anywhere 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 11 minutes, whatever a trial host wants to be. It doesn't make any difference. He sets it up. Depends on the difficulty and how much time he thinks they're going to need. So the person with the most points is going to win. The person with the most points with the fastest time, if there's 2 that have the same number of points, is going to win. So that's how this works all week long, and that's where we're going for. You know, these guys are going to need 2 full scores. So Cindy had a full score, 270 points, with a time of just over 4 minutes. So that was Cindy Coleman in June from Weiser, Idaho.
Okay, next up we're going to have number 18, Brent Matteroli and G.S. Flynn. On deck, Annie Reynolds and Kel. In the hole, Wayne Hunter and Major. In ring, Stephen Boyce and Roy.
Coming up now into the arena, we have my friend Brent Matteroli and his dog G.S. Flynn. I always have to brag on his wife. Lisa makes the best corn casserole you've ever had. And now she's making corn casserole muffins, which are awesome because you can just throw them in the microwave. And she is bringing me, I hope, tomorrow night when we have a little get-together at our camp. I hope she's bringing it. So, Lisa, don't disappoint. Here's Brent and Flynn. Brent sends Flynn on a go-by or come-by, whichever way you want to call it. See the cattle kind of drift off. It's okay. They're independent thinkers, and they'll go the way they think they really want to. Our job with our team member is to direct them. Got a nice set of cattle. All these cattle look really fit. I mean, this set we got, 2 blacks and a red, and they're pretty uniform. I mean, look at the height, look at the weight on them, look at their sizing. This is a testament to Steve White and his program. He grows, like I say, they grow grass. It's hard to think that somebody makes a living growing grass, but that's what they do. They make a living growing grass and converting grass to meat. So pressure and release here. Brent's doing a good job he now realizes that maybe Flynn was up there just a hair too high in their eye, kind of stopping the flow, so he backed him up. That good move. Those are the things we learn as we continue, and our friends that are out here watching help us. You know, I mean, such a great group of people. You know, you get so much help. You know, I've come out of these rings several times and have people come up to me, friends, people that I know, and say, you know, if you would have just stepped back 2 feet, that cow would have moved forward. Really, didn't see that happening. You know, makes you more aware of your surroundings, and it's the camaraderie that we have as a group of people. I mean, there's nobody in here that, you know, is wishing you bad luck. Everybody's on the sideline rooting for you, whether they know you or not. So it's the way this whole program was designed. Okay, just a little bit of an overflank. Turn those cows around, and you know, you'll hear me talk several times about the overflank, and it's just something that happens all the time. You almost can't have a run without even a slight one. I mean, you might not have one that turn the cattle around and really stop the flow, but you might just turn the cattle a little bit. So you're having kind of a zigzaggy effect. Zigzaggy is going to take longer than straight line to get there. So if these cattle continue to run in a straight line, you see that Flynn did a great job. He's got to straighten them out just a little bit. Point them to that opening, and you can see where that lead cow is looking. She's looking at the exhaust gate, and Flynn keeps going over here, getting her eye. He can't go too far, or she's going to go down that other side. Now he's a little far. There. Perfect. Nice job, Brent and Flynn. Into the sort pen. They've got plenty of time to make the sort happen. This is all timing. Gotta get one to get out that side. There he goes. Now he's got to keep that one from coming back in. So we're kind of dangerous area right there, because these other cattle see that one, see the opening. Come on, Brent, walk all the way around there. There you are. Good job, really good job. Uh-oh, where's Flynn? We got kind of a mess going here. Oh, that's nice. That's the other cow. Now that other cow cannot go in. Perfect. That other heifer drug those other two out, and I think he just, 5 minutes and about 10 seconds, I think it was. 5:15 it's showing on my monitor. About 5:10. Good job. Full score. They'll add that up with the score and the time that he had on his first run, and hopefully he'll make it to the finals. Now, here comes a lady that I had the pleasure of meeting a couple years ago at some trials, and a trial that she put on at her place at King Hill, and I think we've become nice friends. You know, she was over at our camp the other night,
number 19,
visiting.
And Kel. On deck, Wayne Hunter and Major. In the hole, Stephen Boyce and Roy. Getting ready, Sarah Venegas and SLB Pote.
This is Annie Reynolds and her dog Kel from King Hill, Idaho. King Hill is kind of right on the highway between Boise and Twin Falls. So she sends Kel on a come by. So when we were at Annie's house a couple years ago, and I had the opportunity to meet her at her trial, she had us up to the house for dinner one night, and we were talking, and she's a awfully accomplished lady. I can't tell you, we were talking last night about it because I was asking her questions. She was nominated for the Cowgirl Hall of Fame and inducted into the Cowgirl Hall of Fame about 2, maybe 3 years ago for her accomplishments in the arena with her reining horses. She was nominated 18 years. Well, let me restate this. She was nominated, and that's a big thing. You have to apply, and then they nominate you. 18 years later, they inducted her into the National Cowgirl Hall of Fame. Such a cool thing. And we were talking last night. Her accomplishments are just unreal. I mean, I can't tell you about all of them because I can't remember them all, but you know, in the National Reining Horse Association, Reining Cow Horse Association, I should say, they have all these awards for $1 Million Rider, $1 Million Breeder, $1 Million this, and all these banners that they hang when they have these National Reining Cow Horse shows. She has more of these banners hanging than anybody else. So, Annie Reynolds, you're quite the lady. Well, now she's in the dog world too. She's still big into the reining cow horse world. Trains, breeds, shows. And it's a pleasure to know her. She won last night the Old Timers Club trial. She was first. I think it was Guy Johnson that was second. Mike Bartlett, I think, that was third, and I was fourth. But I hate to say this, but a girl beat us guys. But at least we got beat by a good one. Okay, Annie and Kel. And Annie will be up again. She's got another great dog, Britt, that is pretty darn awesome. Both these dogs are awesome. So we've been after Steve White to change the name of that Old Timers Club. So, and make it up the entry on that. You know, I mean, you have to be 60 or over to enter. Well, shoot, that's not even old when you're going towards the 80. You know, and make it 75 or so, and then there'll just be me and maybe one other person in there. Annie's making the sort and gets herself over there. She's got a bad knee that you were telling me about the other day. Kel, come on, get back there. Get back there, Kel. You're having a problem. Yep. Oh. Okay, now she's got to reload. She's got time. She's got a minute and a half left, but she's got them loaded. Got to get them reloaded. She had a good run going, but Gil kind of left her post, and she had one back out that back hole, which is unacceptable. Unfucking. Yeah, it looked like she was able to get them gathered back up and sorted correctly. About 5 minutes and 30 seconds, so we'll...
Good job, Annie and Kel. That was full points and a time of 5:31. Next up, we have number 20, Wayne Hunter and Major. On deck, Stephen Boyce and Roy. In the hole, Sarah Venegas and SLB Pote. Getting ready, RJ Thusen and Ace.
Well, I hope Annie had a full score with Kel on the first one. That would have given her 2 if she did. And that very possibly is going to get her back to the finals. Okay, here we go. Wayne Hunter and his hanging tree dog, Major. So the other day when Wayne ran, I made some comments about the hanging tree dog and was talking about the makeup of the breed, and I had made some mistakes. So J.R. Bailey came to me that afternoon and politely told me that I was an heir and gave me the correct formula for these hanging tree dogs. And you can see they're a little different. They're bobtail. They can cover a lot of ground, and they are tough son of guns. And Wayne has done a really good job with Major as far as training and getting him into the show ring. So here's what the hanging tree dog is made up of. They are 3/4 border collie for their intense herding instinct and intelligence. They are 1/8 Catahoula for the ability to trail and find cattle, and also their toughness and slick hair coat. They're 1/4 Kelpie for their endurance and also herding instinct and short hair. They are 1/4 Australian Shepherd. Only a dog named Hanging Tree Black Bear went into the breed. And so that's what they are made of. 3/8 Border Collie, 1/8 Catahoula, 1/4 Kelpie, and 1/4 Australian Shepherd. So now you all know. So you'll see. So you'll see JR has 1 or 2 here. He's got Major. And then JR will be in the open. And he's showing 1 or 2 of his dogs. Okay. Wayne's doing real good right here, getting these cattle moved up. Major's doing an excellent job in keeping the flow going. and taking commands from the boss. Oh, let's see how they handle them. Direct the lead out. Nice job right there. Nice job. Now we come back. There. Good job, Wayne and Major. This dog's really come a long way. I've watched him for the last year or so, a couple of years that he's had him, been showing him. And he's really got a good handle on the dog, and the dog impresses me. Kind of does the right thing. You can see these dogs are really strong. And they are bred, they've got a lot of that in them. Call it what it is, but they don't have any quit. It's rare that we see them in the show ring, but they are tremendous outside dogs, you know. They'll bring cattle out of the brush. That's what they were bred for, and every dog was bred for something a little bit different, but Wayne and JR have done just a fantastic job of getting these dogs trained up to do this. They still use them outside. You can see how agile they are. You know, they'll I didn't realize that they're almost, I mean, they're 3/8 border collie. I didn't think they were that much, but almost 50%. Wayne and Major timed out, but they showed well. Our cowboy crew is going to come in, gather these up. And once again, thanks to all the guys and gals that are working behind the scene. I mean, these guys here are mounted up from probably, I would say maybe 5:30 this morning is when they started. They've got to gather these cattle out of the big field that they're put in at night, the big pasture. There's nice grass there. They've got to bring them into the arena, about, you know, to the holding pens.
Okay,
about 400 head they've got to move.
Irby Chandler and Nan, and
And
number
then also,
14. And then we're going to go back to number 21, Stephen Boyce and Roy on deck. And then we're going to roll a cattle.
then also our sheep crew has got to gather all the sheep out of their pasture and bring them in down to the sheep pens by the arena and get them sorted and set up into the holding pens. 3 or 4 or 5 holding pens in the back of the arenas. Get them split up and ready. The sheep, they run 5 at a time. The cattle, they run 3 at a time. But all that's happening before most of us get up, you know. And these guys will be here when we leave. And you know, you go back to your trailer, you go back to your motel room, or you just go hang out in the back with your buddies and tell lies and do whatever you're doing. these guys are still working. You know. Steve White came by our camp last night. We talked and chatted a little bit, and I always bring him a box of the Scotties and some non-alcoholic beverage. And it was almost dark when he got there. And he had just finished. And I don't really know that he finished because he's still on the darn radio with questions and pushing this guy there and making sure that guy was going there. Okay, here comes my hero. This is Irby Chandler and Nan from Menard, Texas. Irby told me today, or Sunday when I saw him. 85 years old, guys. So when you 50-year-olds are telling me you're feeling a little bit stiff, y'all take a look. So Irby sends Nan on a come by. Nan picks him up. Uh-oh, Nan kind of split those cattle and was fixated on that one. There he goes. Got one through. The other two are following. So he still gets his 45 points, 15 points per head. It didn't matter. They all came shoulder to shoulder or head to tail. They all came through. So Irby's got about 7+ years on me, and I'm not sure I could beat that young man in a foot race. So any of you guys or gals at home says, oh, I'm too old for that. Don't believe it. Don't let it happen. Like Clint Eastwood said, don't let the old man in. Okay, that one's going in that wrong hole, so he's got to come all the way out. He cannot stay in there. So Nan's got to bring him out. Out now. Now he turn him around. Now he doesn't want to play. Now she doesn't want to play. Sounds like a girl to me. Yeah. 1 minute she wants to play, next minute she don't want to play. Guess it's a girl thing. She'll come on back down, and the other two are waiting patiently for her. Nan's going to get gathered up. Yep, nice work, Irby. You got him. You got him now. One more time. Okay. One more. Oh, you dirty son of a gun. Come on, get Nan over there. Oh, of course, that's a little boy. You don't want to hang with the girls. All right. Got him going. Okay, Irby cannot walk into the obstacle, but he can stand outside and block that hole. That's what he's doing. Yeah, you don't want to mess with Nan. Okay. Okay. Okay, now Irby can walk down behind that obstacle if he would like to. He doesn't necessarily feel he needs to, so he's coming around. He's going to put pressure on them from the inside of the arena, keeping them pushed out into the area they need to go. And they're going. There, nice direction there. The other two should follow. No, yeah, they follow, but they didn't want to go where they belong. So if he could push those two back, he's okay. They have not mixed yet. So I've got one that's gone through. And if she stays right there and he's able to push these two through, he's good. Uh-oh. Okay, well, he mixes them up now. That one goes through again. That was a good move to set that one back in position. She's already been through the obstacle once, so she's kind of trained to go, and she will lead the other ones. Nice job. That's good stockmanship. Good thinking on Irby's part. Okay, he's running a little long on time, but he's doing a really good job of maneuvering these cattle. You know, he's got a, you know, he doesn't have a bad set. He's got a set that hasn't really wanted to stick together. They're just a little bit of kind of independent thinkers, as we call it. You know, they like that one. No reason. Just decided to go the other way. What can you say? Good job, Irby and Nan. Thanks for the clinic. Okay, here come our cowboy crew again. Gather those out of here. Keep this thing running smoothly so we can get the next set in. I heard that we're going to have to move some cattle here in a little bit. I don't know if it was after Irby's run or it'll be after the next run or two. We'll see. But now we've got Dylan Seeger once again with DS Ruby. Oh, I thought he already ran.
Okay, next up is number 21, Stephen Boyce and Roy.
Yep.
Then we will roll cattle.
Okay, we've got the wrong name on the billboard. Yeah, this is Stephen Boyce and Roy. There we go. Our billboard is still wrong. I don't know where they got Dylan Seeger from. He ran several ago. Okay, here's Stephen and Roy from Chinook, Montana. Well, as soon as Stephen gets in, Roy decided he'd just kind of come underneath. He didn't need to wait for the gate. Okay, so there is a handler line right where Stephen just walked past. Be the, as you're looking at it, about where that number 5 is, the end of that panel, straight across the arena to the bleachers where we're sitting is the handler's line. Now he's 12 foot behind his line. He could move up as he wants, or he can move back. He can go anywhere behind that line. After the cattle clear obstacle number 3, then he can go forward of that line. So what this does is it makes us as handlers have to stay back from the cattle and our dog and have to control them and maneuver them from a distance. Has to show a little bit more. Oh, there goes Mr. Guy, who won second place last night in the old timers. And Guy is limping a little bit because he is one of the old timers. So if you see somebody that walks a little crooked, they might have been in the old timers class last night. Nobody fell off. Nobody had a problem. We all made it through. Okay. Stephen and Roy. Got a trotty set here, and let's see how Roy can control them and get them gathered up and together. All right. We've got one of them that's in. Let's see if the other comes in and make sure nobody comes out that side. Stephen kind of hustles up. He's got him backing out. Now, if he can get that one back in without mixing, they're mixed now. Now he's got to do all three. But if Roy and Stephen could have kept that one that backed out separated, he could have just loaded them up and gone through and been fine. But once they mix, then you got to do the whole herd. Now we had our handlers meeting this morning at 7:30 here in this arena, and then by the time we got done with the meeting, and everybody had their dogs, and they got gathered up, and the judges got back in their stand, and I got over here. It was pretty close to 8 o'clock by the time we got started, and it's 10 o'clock now, so just a little over 2 hours, and we've gone through already over 20 dogs. So we're doing good. We're running 9 to 10 dogs an hour, which is a strong average. Stephen and Roy have kind of had a tough time with this set. They're trotty and they separate a little bit. And it makes it extremely tough for both the handler and the dog to keep them controlled. Now this is where the dog, outside, if you're having this situation, it's not always a huge deal. You got time to put this together, but here you got to get pretty intricate and pretty sophisticated to get these all through these obstacles. And you can kind of hear Stephen in the background, his frustration with what's going on, and that makes us a little bit more tense. Our tenseness, carries on to the dogs. They feel it as well, so that hypes them up. So when I first got started in here, a good friend and a top-notch hand, Lauren Holmes, told me one day I was yelling and screaming at my dog. I was pretty upset that she wasn't listening, and he walked out into the arena and said, Elliot, you need to learn to be quiet. I went, okay. All right, well, there's time for Stephen and Roy. They didn't have the set they wanted. But they'll go home and regroup.
Boys and girls. Now we're going to roll cattle in the upper arena, so we'll take a short break.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to take a short break now. And they'll break both these cattle arenas. And they're going to move some cattle around. So I'll see you in a bit. Probably be about 10 minutes.
For Lorena from Idaho, the National Stock Dog Finals are about good people, fair runs, and a reason to come back year after year.
It's just a big family, so it's always fun to come visit with friends. But then the competition, Steve works really, really hard to have even cattle, so the competition feels pretty doggone fair as it can be.
Catch Lorena and more in Afton, Wyoming at the Mountain State Stock Dog Association Finals. 10 years in and the largest in the country.
We are so excited to launch our new line of super premium pet foods. We built it with passion and purpose, with everything we have, to create science-driven, balanced nutrition that makes a real difference in an animal's health. How do we know this? Because we've done it before. Now we're doing it even better. We've created truly next-level formulas. We choose our ingredients based on what's naturally important in an animal's diet. Our omega-3s are higher, our calcium levels are controlled, our palatability is greater, and our consistency is hands down superior. We've built our manufacturing facility from the ground up, the right way, to guarantee we'll deliver the very best quality food possible. And we'll do it consistently from bag to bag. We've brought together an expert team, folks who share our passion, who all know what they're doing because they've done it before. We make food your animal wants, with nutrition their whole body needs. That's next level pet nutrition. Next level. Science is in the bag.
Country Vet Naturals dog food is crafted for hard-working dogs, packed with high-quality protein, essential vitamins and minerals. It's designed to fuel their energy and endurance. No fillers, no artificial additives, just pure natural nutrition for your loyal partner. Our formulas support your dog's digestive health, ensuring they can thrive at their best with comfort and ease. Country Vet Naturals gives your dog the strength and stamina to perform their best. Because when the job's tough, they deserve the best. Power your dog's performance with Country Vet Naturals.
High Pro Professional is one of 6 products in a family of foods we produce that is naturally formulated utilizing multiple protein sources, including beef, pork, chicken, and fish. Each of these foods contain what we call the VX Advantage, which is a proprietary blend of prebiotics, probiotics, postbiotics, as well as vitamins and organic trace minerals. We're one of very few companies that incorporates selenium yeast as the sole source of added selenium. These ingredients work together to promote healthy digestion and a strong immune system. Controlled minerals, including guaranteed maximums on calcium, is a cornerstone of all Next Level products. Our lab is second to none as we test all incoming meats, as well as every lot of finished kibble for all minerals, including heavy metals. I don't think there is another company in the United States that takes food quality to this level. High Pro Professional is a nutrient-dense food that contains a very popular nutrient profile of 26% protein, 18% fat, and 4.5% fiber that provides 395 calories per cup, fueling the needs of active dogs and puppies. The omega-3 to 6 ratio of just under 1 to 5 supports a beautiful, healthy skin and coat. High Pro Professional is formulated for all life stages, including large and small breed puppies, lactating females, and adult males. The Professional got its name as it is the food of choice for professional dog breeders and kennels, as it is one food that can be fed to the entire kennel. Many hunters of young, growing, active dogs choose this food during training and hunting season. I'm Scott, and this is Vega. I'm the co-founder and chairman of Next Level Pet Food. If you have any questions about any of our products, go to our website, online chat, phone call, email. Let us know. We'd love to hear from you. Really do appreciate your consideration and business.
Your dogs deserve the best, so give them the best with our stock of Nutrena Loyall Life pet food. In every bag, there's wholesome nutrition that's free of corn, wheat, and soy, added digestive support with prebiotics and probiotics, and special ingredients to optimize your pup's immune strength, mobility, and overall health. Get the best for your dogs with Nutrena Loyall Life pet food.
Live from Afton, Wyoming, it's the Mountain State Stock Dog Association National Finals, presented by Nutrena. What's inside counts.
Okay, we're back again with Sarah Venegas and SLV Pote from Haines, Oregon. Oh, if my producer can hear us, can you turn our mic up a little bit higher? I don't know how to do that. Is it this button here? How is that? Is that any better? How is that? Is that better? That sounds better to me. How much louder do we need to get? Okay, if it needs to be louder, somebody can tell me again. Okay, so Sarah and Pote are in the short pen. Got a good run going there, 3 minutes. Sarah is a heck of a handler. I think she does most of the training on her dog herself. Puts on some trials, I think, up there in Haines. Can't have the two go out first. This is touchy. There you go. Now you got it. That was nice work. Nice work. About 3:30. That's a nice time. Full score. If she had a full score on her first run, I'm sure that that will make it for her to get into the final run.
Great job, Sarah Venegas and SLV Pote. That was a full score of 270 and a time of 3:32. Next up, we have number 23, RJ Thusen and Ace. On deck, Philip Kuesner and Liata. In the hole, Kelly Funkelfruit and Maya. Getting ready, Irving Chandler and Marty.
Okay. Did you turn it up? Did he tell you how to turn it up? I turned this dial. I pushed these up a little bit. Is that good? Is he telling you? Can he hear me? Okay. Well, I did what I know how to do. All right, here's RJ Thiessen and Ace from St. Anthony, Idaho. They're up there by the big sand dunes up there in St. Anthony. Ace and RJ have been together quite a number of years. RJ and his dad own a Les Schwab dealership in St. Anthony. You know, so a few years ago, I had an opportunity to visit with RJ's dad. He came down here to the finals, and I got a chance to visit with him. Very nice gentleman. From the Vietnam era. He's a Vietnam vet out of the same era that I am. Nice guy. It was his learning experience to meet family members and whatnot. He's a lot nicer than RJ, I'll have to say that. So, let's see, RJ needs to get these two out of there without letting them out that wrong hole. Nicely done. Got a nice set of cattle that are walking pretty good. Now, RJ is one that, we talked about commands for the dog. Away to me. Most people just say away, being counterclockwise. RJ, and I've seen several other people do this, they use right and left. So when RJ wants his dog to go counterclockwise, what we would normally say away, he says right. I don't know where that ever came from, but I've seen numerous people use that. And now he sends the dog left, where I would tell him to go by or come by. Just what you get used to with how the dog is trained, it makes no difference. I noticed here several years ago, there was a gentleman working a dog at a trial, and I couldn't understand what he was saying. And as I listened more and got closer to him, he was using a foreign language, and I went over and I can't remember if he told me that he was using Basque or Spanish or a combination of the two to train, because they train a lot of dogs for Basque people and Spanish people, and that's the language. So he would tell him to go one way and say it in Spanish or Basque, and when the dog got home, people could converse with him. So it doesn't matter what the words are, as long as the dog understands what you're talking about. Well, that's a nice run, 4 minutes and 4 seconds for RJ and Ace. Nicely done.
Good job, RJ Houston and Ace. Full points of 270, a time of 4:04. Next up, we'll have number 24, Philip Kiesner and Viata. On deck, Kelly Funkelsrud and Maya. In the hole, Irby Chandler and Marty. Getting ready, Dylan Seeger and Bo.
Okay, coming up now, we have Philip Kiesner and Rietta from Ripley, Oklahoma. Philip sends Rietta on a come by, picks the cattle up. Some of the guys, they'll lay the dog down right before they cover, as just a preference. In this situation, in a trial situation, you don't need that dog, especially if you got a pretty strong dog that wants to come in a little hot. You don't need them flying into those cattle and getting them all buzzed up. Keep them simple. Keep it quiet. Low stress. So right now, Riata hasn't done anything that's wrong. She hasn't done anything really to buzz these cattle up. She needs to kind of come over here and cover. She's got a lot of speed to her, and she's working pretty nice. Kind of like the style on this dog. Takes her down command and stays there. A lot of people today are using a stand command instead of down. It does a couple things. Number one, a dog standing versus laying down has more presence to the dog, so has more presence to the cattle. So they see them. Secondly, the dog doesn't have to lay down, stand up, lay down, stand up, lay down, stand up. A lot of useless motion. Thirdly, the dog can move a lot quicker from a stand than he can from a down. So you'll see that a lot. A lot of these, my new puppies, I'm going to try to train onto a stand command rather than down. We'll see how that works. You can see Riata when Philip blows his down whistle, and he's using a whistle rather than voice, you can see her go down and how quickly he moves her. So if she was standing, I can see how much less energy she would have to do and how much quicker she could be. This dog's pretty quick. I don't know that I'd want her any quicker. But, Philip's got a really good handle on this dog. I like the style. I like the way she works. Her tail's down. Her head's always low. And she's always attentive. She is quick. Philip has done a good job with this dog. She has got a handle on her. He can put her just about anywhere he wants, and that's what's important. Puts her right in the doorway there. Tells her to stay. We're in at a sort. He's got a good run going. He's about 3 minutes and 20 seconds now. Let's see how he sorts. What's hard to see on the monitor, and probably from your standpoint, that was not good. Got one out first on the left side. Now, if he was able to bring this white-faced cow around, if he brings her around and puts her back in the right hole, okay, that's the wrong hole. So now, that's what we call dirtying up the pen. The pen is dirty. What that does is it makes him unload the other cattle that were in there. Got to get them all the way out. Daylight them. Right now they're daylighted. Now he can turn them around. Daylight means we can see daylight between their tail head and the entrance line. So now he has to put them back in. Get Riata up there. Be ready for the sort. Redwood's going to go out. Correct hole. Philip goes over and blocks that hole. He's got to get that one around the panel. Okay, that was a pro move that he did earlier with Riata. He had that red cow. It was starting to come back, and he sent her over towards it and pushed her back down that fence line so it wouldn't draw the cattle that was in the pen back out that back hole.
Good job, Philip Kiesner and Riata. That was full score 270 and a time of 4:54.
That's a good run. A little less than 5 minutes. With a full score, so they'll take that one and add it to the other ones. Okay, Saturday, big day here for the kids. We're going to have hundreds of kids running around here. They've got several bounce houses that'll be set up. Family Day is Saturday. It's sponsored by Coal Creek Stock Dogs, which is Clyde Doreen McCourt from Wellington, Utah, and Derek Westover of Sunrise Stock Dogs and Livestock. Okay. Okay, here's Kelly and Maya from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm not even going to try that last name. I need to get instruction on that before I pronounce that name. Okay, Kelly's ready, and I don't see anybody. Now they're going to, sometimes you have the cattle in the back just turned around and not quite be right. And the kids back there just got to get them straightened out. Takes an extra second. Okay, there goes the gate. There's the cattle. And there goes Maya. Cattle are moving, so she just lets her go. Comes up, picks up the cattle. Keeps them going in a nice straight line. She's doing a good job of keeping them straight. Now they're on to obstacle number 2. Oh, I know what you were talking about, Sean. The name, huh? Now, I'm not going to try it. You try it. Okay. Well, we got them on the back side of that pen. We got some in, some out. Maya's got to get them back around here. Get that one into the pen. All right. She flanks her around. Got one that just doesn't want to cooperate. One standing right in the entrance. The other two should just walk over to her. This one's going to skirt the outside. Kelly has to hustle over there. Yep, she's going to try it again. Why do they do that? You can see that heifer's kind of frustrating Maya. You know, she went over there, got a little nip on the nose, run around, her tail got in the air a little bit. They want it to happen. They know what needs to happen. Sometimes it just doesn't. So they get frustrated just like we do, standing there. Why isn't this working? You know, I'm doing everything I can do, you know. And sometimes it's just our positioning. Bring her over there behind them. There you are. Now you can just push them straight through. Seems pretty easy, doesn't it? Yep, push them straight through. Oh, you old son of a gun. Well, Kelly and May are having getting a lot of exercise on this set of cattle. That's for darn sure. Okay, now see, Kelly cannot walk into that obstacle. The dog can go, but Kelly can't go. Some cattle are just a little bit more sticky than others. Who's to know why? Maybe I'd get one of these young people around here who majored in psychology and could understand this and explain it to me. There's got to be some course of cattle psychology. Here we are. We got it done. We just used up a lot of time, a lot of energy. We're on to obstacle number 3, marching right in there. But like we talked about before, you know, they're not bad cattle. They're really good cattle. They're just, you know, some are slower than others. It's not that they can't. Like that black one on the offside just kind of picked up and took a few trot steps to get out in front. And everything's perfect now. But why was it such a problem on obstacle number 2? Yeah, Kelly and May are just about to run out of time here. Go for it, May. Have a little fun. It's a nice job. I really like this little dog. She had a lot of nice things in her. Her down was excellent. Her quickness, her response, she was awesome. Kelly did a good job of handling her. Yeah, Maya don't want to quit. She's all help that cowboy. Okay, Working Border Collies, one of our great sponsors here. Or Working Stock Dogs, I'm sorry. WorkingStockDogs.com. The new website from last year, Angie Johnson started. Has all the information, U.S. and Canada, about trials, upcoming events, breeders, trainers, dogs. I think they've got I don't know if they have a little for sale page there or not, but if you're interested in anything regarding Working Stock Dogs, look it up, WorkingStockDogs.com. You can also, of course, scan the QR code on your screen, as they say, which I wouldn't really know what I'm doing, but those of you who can. All right, here we are again with my hero, Herbie Chandler and Marty. I think I heard Jerry Lynn, Herbie's traveling partner, say she was going to, for the auction, she was going to offer up a date night with Herbie. That would be worth a lot of money, wouldn't it? That would be awesome. Are you my Nutrena rep?
Yes, I am. I'm Chuck.
Chuck. Hi, Chuck. No, here. Okay, we are live again, and I've got a guest, our Nutrena rep, and I didn't get your last name, Chuck.
My name's Chuck Sears.
It's Chuck Sears.
Yeah, just like the store.
Just like the store. Are there still Sears stores around?
You know, I don't believe so, unfortunately. I think a lot of them, they're all gone.
I remember as a kid.
Yes.
That was it.
People don't understand. They actually used to sell houses.
Yes.
And you could have that delivered.
Yeah.
I saw one back in Arkansas a couple of years back.
Oh, did you?
They still had it built up. I was half tempted to buy it just for that reason.
Oh, that'd be very special.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So,
well, Chuck's with Nutrena, which is our major sponsor here, and we really appreciate all the support and everything you guys put in. So tell us a little bit about your job.
Sure.
A little bit about Nutrena, their products, what we can do to help ourselves and our dogs.
Absolutely. One of the things, being part of Nutrena, which is owned by Cargill, we do a lot of research into what we're going to put into our feed. We feed every type of animal out there, but dog food is a big factor for us. We have the Loyall Life. This is the Loyall Life arena that we're in right now, but we also have the True dog food. And the True is going to be the other arena, and that is what really fits with these working dogs. Is these are little athletes running around, and we know we've got to feed them like athletes. So, like where we take advantage of it, like I used to own a feed store for many years, and I worked with a lot of our cattle guys there, and their dogs, coming out of that. So that was my experience getting into this, and now I get to travel the country and talk to a lot of folks about different types of feed and come up to these fun events and promote and really overall health of the animals. That's our biggest
That's what
key.
it's all about.
It really is. And what we've found, I'm working with a couple of really good guys with Brian Jacobs and Frankie Acosta and Steve Wright. These are some of our really good guys that are working with us. And by having a dog food that is very digestible and having the Truamine in the dog food, which helps with the digestive health and the immune system of the dog. Because just like in humans, it all starts in your gut. If your gut's healthy, then the rest of you is going to be healthy a little bit longer.
Absolutely.
And then that's been the big push with our feed, is to really take care of that gut, and then everything will work out from there. And what we've found is, I've done a little sample trials here and there with different folks. We up against some other, different types of dog food, because they're all good. I mean, everybody has good dog food. We wanted a dog food that was going to get these dogs back to work faster. And that was the big push. And that's what we come to find out is, like, you might have this dog, they're doing this today, but they work at home too.
Yes.
And they're going to go out and work. They've got to get right back into working and get back in the game.
You're talking about the recovery.
The recovery time is much shorter. We want them to be able to get right back at it.
That's important.
And we found that the recovery time was cut in half on a lot of these animals. And that, that's where I had Brian do some testing on that. He was great about that, and really worked it out to where these guys, these dogs, these athletes were able to get right back into work and less downtime. That recovery was the big factor. And that kept their energy up. And that was the big key. And like I said, that all starts with the gut health.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of us think about recovery until you're saying this. We're thinking about, okay, let's keep that healthy. Let's keep the weight on them. Let's make it digestible and palatable so they'll eat it all and not shove it to the side. We're not. I don't know that anybody has really thought about recovery until now.
We realized that was such a big factor, and looking at it and finding the right one that fits for your dog was the key. And whether it be our active or whether it be professional, that has higher protein and higher fat. Because you could go out and get a lot of dog foods with a 30% protein and 20% fat. But you've got to find a way to make sure that they're getting all of that energy through that dog. You want to talk about who we had here? I felt bad we took your buddy offline.
Oh.
Started talking about dog food instead of talking about him.
No.
People want to go on a date with him. I think that's awesome.
I've already talked about him on his last run.
Oh, good.
85 years old.
Is he really?
Yeah.
That is awesome. Now, I'm curious, is he the oldest one here?
I'm only going to assume so.
How great would it be to get him and then go find the youngest one competing, and let's get them together?
Our youngest is in here. is right around 10. And that's one of Steve's kids, Sam.
Sam does a great job.
And they just bumped him to the open. He is the youngest open handler. I'm glad because I'm in the intermediate. Sam was in the intermediate. He's been kicking my butt all the year.
Is that right?
So
there you go.
Get him out of there.
He's a good kid.
They're all good kids.
We got another kid coming in here in a bit, Carter. Carter's a great young man.
Absolutely.
Just met him this year. The more kids we can get doing this and being involved in this, you're going to make much better adults. This is such a family event, which is exactly why Cargill Nutrena likes to be involved. We're a family business. We're a privately owned company by the Cargill McMillan family. That's still who we are.
Very important in business.
It really is. It's when we look at that, and we really like to highlight that a little bit, that we are a family business, and working with these family events and getting out here and helping take care of these are family dogs. These are they're working dogs, but they're still pets.
Right.
That's their best friends. I was talking with Frankie last night, and one of his dogs got hurt in an unfortunate manner, and it almost brought him to tears.
Oh, it will.
Yeah, because that's his baby.
Yeah.
And people think they got to see how important these dogs are. They're not just a work animal. This is their buddies. He talked about putting them on the kayak and going fishing.
Oh yeah.
That's what you do.
It doesn't matter whether it's it could be your brother, it could be your dad, it could be your next door neighbor that's your best friend, but that's what the dogs are.
Yeah.
I mean, they're helping us just like your neighbor would. They're doing a job, but when it's all over, they come sit next to us. They look at us when we go to feed them in the kennel and go, "Hey, glad to see you again."
Well, that's why I said we really want it. When we put these feeds together, it was the fact of we know that you're feeding your buddy, you're feeding your friend.
There you go.
You want them to eat just like you do.
Yeah.
So when you come down to it, you want to put something in their gut that's going to help them. We do it with ourselves when we think about how important probiotics and prebiotics are in human health now.
Can you explain pre and probiotics to us?
Well, you think about you kind of think right now. Nowadays, you got pre, you got pro, and you got post.
See that all that stuff is new, and unless you're in the feed business, like you are, where we are just buyers. We basically look at protein and fat.
Right, exactly.
And then we listen to the people that we know and trust, and they go, "Oh yeah, this is much better than that other stuff, and their poops are better, and they, it smells better, and I even ate a little bit. It tastes good, But we don't know that stuff.
Well, and what dog foods are almost all human grade now.
Right.
That's one of the big things. And the prebiotics, you think about that. That's going to be the pre, pro, and then post. It's in that order. Mm-hmm. Pre is going to be the early stages. It's going to help get the health growing inside that gut.
For the gut.
It's all for the gut. And then in you got the probiotics, which is going to keep it, the live microorganisms working pretty well. And then you get that post on the back end that's really going to help get that final digestion of absorption into the system. And that's half the battle, is getting that full absorption into their system. We could feed them whatever we want, but if it's not absorbing and it's just running out through the back end, it doesn't matter what type of animal it is, or what type, if it's a person, it's the same thing. You're getting the right ones and using these to help get that absorption into your body, into their body. And you'll see them really, you can see them develop as they start getting fed a little bit better. Mm-hmm. And that's the big key. It's, I often work with 4-H and FFA kids on their show animals.
I see that from your hat.
Yeah, well, I'm a big FFA supporter. That's both my daughters were ag teachers for a while.
Okay.
But I worked with them in all up and down California.
Whereabouts?
I live in Bakersfield.
I won't hold that against you.
Yeah, I tell you, it's people give us a hard time about living in California. We definitely pay for it.
Yes.
One of the things that folks have to understand about California, 75% of California is conservative geographically, but 75% of California is not conservative. When you look at the population,
we're getting better.
Yes,
we're getting better.
We are getting better, and I'll tell you where I'm at in the Central Valley, California. I really like it. The people are awesome. We started that community basically from the Grapes of Wrath time.
Right.
Everybody came out during the Dust Bowl, and that's, if you find people that have been there for, like our family for years, they all came from Oklahoma, Arkansas, or Texas. That's where they started.
My business partner for 35 years was from Bakersfield.
Oh, yeah?
You know?
I like it. It's, if you're not from there, you don't appreciate it enough. But I'm 2 hours from the beach. I'm 2 hours from the mountains. Unfortunately, I'm 2 hours from LA.
Yeah.
But, you know, I just don't go over the grapevine.
Yeah.
But no, it's and it's good, wholesome family people that live there. A lot like what comes out to these events.
Yeah.
These are the same folks that live all around us, and that's why this is so important to me. When I first started coming up here 4 or 5 years ago, I guess, was my first event, and I'll tell you, when my first year up, I wasn't enthused about coming up here at all. I thought, why am I going to go all that way?
That's a long way, isn't it?
It is, but somebody asked for a favor, and then I was going to do it. And I flew up, and I've been hooked.
Yeah.
What these guys do, what this whole program is, Steve and his wife do awesome.
Oh,
gosh,
the amount of work, and I've talked about it numerous times throughout this week. You know, Steve and I and Sherry and my wife have become really close friends. We've taken a couple vacation trips together when they can get away from
when
the
they
ranch,
can get away, yeah.
You know? And yeah, it's just amazing.
Well, and that's what you said. Well, that's why we like being part of it, and you know, finding our dog food is pretty easy in some ways. You can go to a lot. Your local feed stores can get it, depending on where you're at. If they're a Nutrena dealer, they can get it. You know, we are in Tractor Supply now,
right?
And Baumgar's here in town, and I think Murdoch's back east, and you know, different areas.
Okay.
All the other feed stores, anybody that sells Nutrena can get the True and the Loyal Life dog food.
I know the feed stores by us carry it.
Yeah, and it's like I said, it's you really. Like I said, all dog foods are pretty good. You know, there's a couple of them out there. Yeah, you know, but realistically, everybody works hard to make a good food. You know, we just put a little extra into it. We think we've really thought about the animal and thought about that. Except that recovery time was a big push.
That's interesting because I haven't heard anybody really talk so much about the recovery time. I've heard it mentioned in the past, and I never really thought that much of it. You know, we've got a pretty small place, you know, and we work our dogs at home, and we don't get many opportunities during the year to get the dogs outside. When we get home, we're going to a pretty good sized branding up in Sierraville, up by Truckee in the mountains. The friends have a ranch up there, you know. But normally we're around the house. We work our dogs every day we're home, but it's more of an arena setup. Sometimes we'll turn them out in a small pasture and work them there. But it's not like coming off that mountain there, going up that mountain and having to stay out there all day, which I'm not sure I could do anymore. But,
you
know,
both.
For the dogs, when you start talking about the recovery, that makes a lot of difference.
Yeah,
you know, I think it's starting to make a lot of sense to me.
That was, like I said, the more I learned about this and talking with the guys, that was something that really hit home, and that was really a big push to get these pups back working, you know, and making them comfortable, not have to just completely run them down.
Yeah.
And this way they're able to get back in, but they're not just beating the snot out of themselves to do it, because they're going to do it. They'll work themselves so hard. And this makes it to where they can actually work hard, but still come back around and be in great health. And that's our big push with these guys. And I think we're seeing it more and more. And you know, I know Frankie had a great run yesterday. You know, and we're seeing that turnaround for these guys. And that's what they keep bringing back to me, is that when I ask them, tell me what's going on. And that's a general comment that I get, and pretty regular. So
that's good. That's good to know.
Yeah, we like it. Look, I could get a little company here. How are you, man? Good to see you.
I think Stuart come and grab his chair.
Oh,
I almost sat in it this morning, Stuart, to tell you.
I thought
almost.
Yeah, absolutely. So, no. But yeah, like I said, we try and make it real easy for folks to be able to find our dog food. And if they can't, they could go on NutrenaWorld.com, and you could type it in there. And I heard you talking about QR codes. I bet there's a QR code in there somewhere to help you find it too.
Yeah.
That is the wave of the future right there, buddy.
I know.
It's I'm with you.
I'm
with
more
you.
of a pick up the phone. I got a question. Give me an answer. Make sure I understand it, and I can go forward. I'm okay.
Yes, exactly. Out there, the new generations, though, you got to be on top of
Yeah,
them. It's heck, I use that for a couple of my other businesses.
Yeah.
And we have QR codes. It's people ask me. I do my own personal podcast, and people ask me. I give them a card. It's got the QR code on it that links right to that podcast. And to me, when my daughter showed that to me, I thought it was crazy, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So it makes it easy. So that's the same thing. You can find that on our stuff. So,
Yeah.
Well, who have we got in the arena now?
Well, this is Dave Hammonds, a good friend of ours. He's from Shingle Springs, California, up towards Placerville on Highway 50.
I was just in Shingle Springs the other day.
Oh, were you?
Up there, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I take care of most of California. So,
Yeah?
yeah. I live in Bakersfield, but I go all the way up to Eureka
Yeah.
and Reading.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
now whereabouts are you from?
Well, we're from a little town, Granite Bay. We're by Loomis, Auburn.
Oh, yeah.
A little east of Sacramento,
Yeah.
right there off Highway 80. Roseville.
Roseville, right in there. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Actually, when we built out there back in the 80s, it was still called Roseville. Just a unincorporated area of the county.
Yeah.
And then it kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Before we used to go down to the end of our road, which is 2 miles, and until I hit the main road going back into town, that was 2 lanes. Now that road's 4 lanes, and at the corner, there's 3 Starbucks there.
Oh, good gosh.
One inside the Safeway store, one in the parking lot somewhere of the complex of the Safeway store, and one catty corner that's this individual Starbucks.
Got to get them coming and going. Got to get them all.
I'm like, what the hell?
It's convenience and just availability.
You think we've been spoiled?
We are extremely spoiled.
Like I won't make a left turn into that parking lot because if I go up here, there's a drive-through right there.
It's
oh my gosh.
It's unfortunate in a lot of ways. What in my opinion, what COVID did, it changed all the shopping habits.
It did.
And a lot of those things. And I hope I press on people, please take your time and go out there and support your local feed stores, whether you're buying our dog food or horse feed or somebody else's.
I think your local businesses.
Local businesses in general, your local restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
Get out there and visit them, because those are the ones that are going to keep your community going. And otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot of empty buildings. And I know a lot of us get used to having these delivered to the house, and you can buy True and Loyall off of Chewy.com. Absolutely. You have to do it.
Yeah.
It's part of the business, but at the same time, get out there and try and find your local feed store, local farm stores, anything in your local community to buy our feed from.
Yeah.
But at the same time, know the convenience is there to get it off of the other ones too. So
yeah, we've got several really nice feed stores. We've got one that's really close to us, Douglas Ranch Supply. Well, it used to be called Douglas Ranch Supply. Now it's Douglas Feed and Pet Supply.
yeah, great guy owns that
Craig's
one.
been in there for a lot of years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they've done a good job up there. You're not too far from Sheldon Feed.
Oh yeah.
Corky and that gang have done an amazing job. So yeah,
they've been there forever too.
Exactly. It's all those local feed stores. Take the time and support them.
Mm-hmm.
They need it. That's a family you're supporting.
Absolutely.
Their family business, just like Cargill and Nutrena. Like I said, we may be big, but we're still just a family business.
Yeah.
And we treat it that way.
I know we got a little deal at home. We board some horses at the house as well, and one of the gals that board the horse there has become a very good friend, and especially with my wife. They bonded up real good. And she's off on Friday and Saturday, so Heather and my wife Kathy have a little deal. They go take a couple of horses out to the lake, Folsom Lake every week, just ride them, getting their minds off of the other things we do with them, and give them a little exercise. So they go trail riding, and when they get back, the 3 of us go to lunch. And we got a little rotation. One week Heather gets to pick and she has to buy, and then I get to pick and buy. And I've told them, okay, from now on, and I started this last year, I said, from now on, just locally owned places.
Exactly.
Yeah, I ain't going over here to Bubba's big place.
No.
One of support local business around us, you know, somewhere Auburn, Loomis, Granite Bay, Roseville. That's our deal.
That's a big deal. It's when I go and I meet with my customers, and we'll take them to dinner, take them to lunch. That's always the goal. I said, what's your favorite local place around here? Let's make it local. Let's go to that one. Let's not go to. I mean, I like chili as much as the next guy at times, but at the same time, let's go support that local business.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
You know, that's who I work with in my side of the business. I work with all the independent dealers, and I really enjoy that. I was an independent dealer myself for many years, and enjoyed that side of the business. So I really like getting out and supporting these local businesses, and you know, helping them, because you think about when they're not going to make a lot of money on feed, you just don't. But if you buy enough of it, you're putting food on the table of that local family.
Absolutely.
And you're keeping that rolling. So
absolutely. So.
And those are the ones that are going to help you when you have a question. You know, those are the most informative ones. So, no, I think that's great. So who have we got in here now?
This is Cindy Coleman and her dog Mern from Weiser, Idaho. She's been showing Mern for quite a number of years. Pretty cool dog. I've always really just kind of admired Cindy and Mern, the way they get along together. Mern carries himself real low. Like I say, he's getting a little age on him now, so I'm sure he's slowed down, but he's still pretty cool. Stays off the cattle. Doesn't look like he's got any age on him there, does it?
No, he's moving right along, isn't he?
Yeah. And when Cindy tells him to stop, by gosh, he looks like a sliding horse. You know, I mean, dirt's flying and he's on the ground.
I was just talking to David. David Biggs.
David Briggs, good friend of mine.
I really like David. He came by the booth earlier and we were talking. He's got one. His older dog. This will be his last show.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Buck,
yes.
Buck had a seizure last night.
He told me,
that morning.
It's rough. It's rough, but you see that, and like you said, and same thing. You can see the emotion in his eyes. He's just talking. That's his buddy.
Yeah.
You know, so it's and he'll take care of that dog for the rest of his life now.
Yeah. Well, David's got his other dog. Dash.
Yes. Dash. Done very well.
When we go to these trials, David's a really good handler. You know, he's got a lot of experience and stuff. And it almost consistently, we're battling it out.
Are you?
One day he's kicking my butt. Next day I might squeeze by him. And not necessarily for first or second, but it could be for fourth and fifth.
Doesn't matter. It's personal competition right there.
It's just, I think for the year end, we're both in the intermediate class.
Good.
I finished up with one of my dogs, which would be a sister, an older sister to his Dash dog.
Okay.
From my wife's dog, Ash.
Yeah.
I finished up fourth in the standing of the year, and Dash and David finished up fifth by 10 points.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, by 10 points. So we're kidding about that. You know,
well,
I finally got ahead of you, you know.
That's good. He's another one. He's a true dog food feeder.
Yeah.
He feeds true. Been real happy to have him come on board. Mm-hmm. You know, he supports the brand really well. And he's just been real happy with it. That's been a big push for him, and I've just fun to talk to. He's He shops at a good buddy of mine's store. We're up there, Wood Lake Growers in Wood Lake, California, Mike, and just awesome to see that.
Yep.
Same thing, supporting that local business. You know, Mike's been there for a long time.
Well, you know, that's probably a good. I can't think of the word right now, but David's wife Becky.
Yep.
Is a veterinarian.
Yes.
So if she says it's okay to feed Nutrena,
there you go.
It's probably okay to feed Nutrena. She understands all the pre-biotic, post-biotic.
The pre and pro and post. Yeah, she's all over that.
She knows that. I've asked, you know, we've gone down there and spent a little time with them, you know, and, you know, at trials, and they've invited us to stay at their house. And very interesting. I've asked her questions about the horses and and the dogs. What do you think? She definitely knows what she's talking about.
Well,
so
we do all the research. We're very conscientious about. We work with a lot of universities around the state. A lot with Texas A&M, of course, and a lot out of Minnesota, because that's where our corporate office is in Minnesota. But we also have a 1,000-acre research facility back there where we're testing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, we have more PhDs on staff than you could probably ever imagine.
Yeah.
Like I say, Cargill's big, but at the same time, we really think about it. We do the research and we pay attention to what our customers are saying, but the customers being the dog and the horse and the cattle. Those are the customers we're listening to. So we're paying attention to what they're doing. We're testing it back there, making sure it's working like we say it's working. And if it doesn't perform in the fashion that we feel it should, we're not going to tell you it does. There are certain things that we won't put on our labels that I've seen out there that I know that's not exactly the way this should be on a bag, and we're very conscious about what we put on those bags. And if it's on that bag, you can darn well bet it's been tested and it's going to work that way. That's a big push of ours. We're very careful about that. We're true to our word because it's a family's name behind it. Just like it was your own family's name behind it, you're going to do the same thing. Well, he's moving them right along, isn't he?
He's got a good set that's a little bit trotty.
Who have we got in here?
This is Blaine Morgan and Storm. They're all the way from Oral, South Dakota.
A little bit of a hike.
Yeah. Oh, we've got some people. Old Stewart, who came up here and got his chair just a minute ago.
Yep.
He's from Alabama.
Yeah, I sat with him last year.
Yeah.
Well, that's a long ride.
Holy cow.
I drove up from Bakersfield this year. That was a long enough ride.
Yeah.
So I pulled my fifth wheel up here because I figured I wanted to stay close to this.
Yeah.
And it's about 15 hours I broke it up into a couple days.
Yeah.
But I bet old Stewart broke it up into 3 days.
I think he told
3
me
or
when I
4.
said, how long is it? He said, well, we break it up into 2 long days and a short day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a haul. That's a haul. So but it's such a great event, and Loyal Life and True loves being involved in this because, like I said, watching the juniors when they come out.
That's gotten to be bigger, and that's a big deal. Every one of our trials now, they always have a junior event.
Yeah, and you've got to, because you got to keep this thing going. You've got to keep it going. The more you get in here and do this, the better. It's I always say it's the same thing with 4-H FFA or kids in this. You're making better adults, and that's what you want to do. Yeah.
And let's face it, there's probably more people leaving the farm than going into the farm. Kids that don't feel they can make a living at it, parents, the kids that want to go do something else. Who in the heck grows up in town and gets to be 25 years old and says, hey, I want to work my ass off 18 hours a day and go in debt and maybe go broke and move to somewhere where there is no Starbucks around,
Yes, exactly. It's unfortunate. You see, driving up here, driving through Las Vegas, I was amazed the amount of housing.
Oh, it's huge.
And it hasn't been too many years since I've driven through there, probably a couple.
But all that area north,
it's crazy. It goes right to the thing. Those folks, they're not going to be doing this,
right?
So we got to find a way to keep them all involved and stay into this, because I think you're going to find they're going to do much better. And like I said, my girls did it growing up, and I think I've created a couple pretty good adults that way. So it's you find something they're interested in.
Yep.
And this is a great one to do.
That's for darn sure.
So who have we got coming in?
Yeah, we just finished with Blaine. I can't see who's. Oh, Annie Reynolds. This is my favorite lady. She grew up in Woodside, California. Met Annie a couple, 3 years ago. She put on a trial at her place. She's grew up kind of in the horse industry. She said her mom and dad were there, of course, Woodside. up there in the Bay Area.
Yep.
Is a huge horse area. And now she lives in King Hill, Idaho, which is right there on the highway between Boise and Twin Falls. And I was talking with her, well, when we were at her trial, she had us up to the house and had dinner. And she was inducted into the Cowgirl Hall of Fame. Now she's got 2 dogs. This is Britt, and the other, she already ran Kel. And look at these, I just love the way they get down and the way that dog crawls. And when she gives him a flank, he is so square. She'll ask him to move, and he just squares up. But the way he travels.
He's low to the ground, boy.
Oh, man. But he is intense.
I think they got to be to do this a little bit.
Intense. But Annie was inducted into the Cowgirl Hall of Fame.
Is that right?
About, I think, maybe about 3 years ago, 2 years ago, possibly. But something I never knew, never even thought about. She told us she was nominated. They have to send information in, you know. And she was nominated 18 years prior to being inducted.
I'll be darned.
She said, I had totally forgot about it, she said, when I got the phone call. And we were talking last night because I was asking her about it. She came over and was sitting at camp. And her and my wife like to drink wine a little bit together.
Hey, you know, it's
and,
a long day sitting out here.
It is a long day, you know. And was asking about, you know, how you get nominated, what happens, and holy cow, the credentials that this lady has is enormous.
Yeah.
I guess in the National Rein Cow Horse Association, when you hit certain levels, they give you these big banners that they hang when they have their national show.
Yes.
This lady has more of those $1 million banners than any other person.
I'll be darned. And that's another great organization.
Yeah, she has them for, you know, earnings.
Yeah.
For mares that she's campaigned for breeding. I couldn't remember everything that she was telling me last night. I just sat there with my mouth open. She's just such a cool lady and just such an accomplished lady and very nice.
That's what I've noticed about most everybody up here. Like I said, that's another reason that Cargill and Nutrena likes to be involved. The people here are just friendly. Everybody I've come across has been very friendly, very accepting. I can't tell you how many people come by and say how much they appreciate us sponsoring this. We're appreciative just to be involved. I'll tell you, this is such a great event.
It's really cool. You know, I've been different places, doing different things, and you know, there's people that are wishing you bad luck. You know, if you beat them, you walk out, they give you a scowl. You know, here, you beat a guy, and he gives you a high five.
Yeah, good run.
Good run. Nice run.
Very supportive. Very supportive folks.
You know, last night we had the old timers class. Steve started us last year.
Yes, I did see that last year.
Over 60 years old. It's in this arena. It was yesterday after I think the nursery cattle was running in here.
Well, you just made it into that, didn't you?
Yeah, by about 18 years. I think, and I haven't questioned everybody, but I'd like to know. I know Irby's probably ahead of the field.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody there's probably somebody that's hit the 80 mark besides Irby. But I know I'm right up there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm close.
Which is another reason to get out and do this.
Just do it.
Yeah, it keeps you
as long
involved.
as you can.
Yeah, like I said, but you look at that, you and your wife hanging out, the family. This is such a family event.
Yeah, and it is. And you know what's cool is when you hang out with these people, like I say, when you get to be, and I don't use the word older anymore, I use the word mature.
Experienced.
Experienced, another good one.
Yeah.
You're hanging out with younger people.
Yep.
Even though those younger people are 60, you know. But, you know, they're still doing a good job. Oh, that was a nice move. Come on.
Well, have you ever played golf?
I did, and I was never very good at it.
Me either. But it's like anything. You compete with somebody who's always better than you.
Uh-huh.
Because that way you play better.
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
if you're older, you're more experienced, and you're hanging around these younger people, you're going to act younger.
You got to keep moving.
Yes, and
you got to keep moving.
I would much rather hang around a bunch of young, active folks and keep myself active.
I don't like hanging around old people.
You know, unless they're active, I want them to be doing stuff. Yeah. It's I'm not ready to sit in a rocking chair. There might be a time, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she tried there. It was a rough one.
That was a nice run by Annie and Brett.
LB3 Jane in the hole, Sarah Venegas and SLB Mia. Getting ready, Richard Bisnet and PDA Kirby.
Seems like I've seen this dog run before. Kirby sounds familiar. Maybe not.
Trevor's, you mean?
Yeah.
Trevor Machiska.
What's the name of his dog?
Storm.
Storm. Okay.
Slash J Storm.
Oh, Kirby's coming in a little bit, I think he said.
Was that the dog's name, Kirby?
There's dog Kirby coming up soon.
Okay,
yeah.
I know. I think there's the Bisnets own a dog named Kirby, I believe.
And I could be wrong because, you know.
Okay.
Here in
let's
front.
look. Let's look. Yep. PDA Kirby, Richard Bisnet, Reb Bisnet.
Okay, that's who it was. I've seen that one run before, it seems like.
Good dog. Come from Paul and Debbie Anderson out here in Preston, I think, Idaho.
So who have we got here?
This is Trevor Machiska with Slash J Storm.
You just like saying Machiska.
Machiska. Well, last year when I had to do this, and there's a couple names that I couldn't pronounce, and I didn't want to make myself look too stupid by trying. So Trevor's in the same class I am in the intermediate, and we were down there for the handlers meeting, and I finally walked over to him. I said, Trevor, how do you pronounce your last name? Machiska, he says.
There you go. Well, now you got to go find that young lady from earlier and
I'm
find
going to
out.
have to, yeah, because I'm not going to try that one without help.
Well, he's got him moving along
Yeah.
there, so. Well, very good. I appreciate you having me on. I better head over to one of the other arenas.
Okay, Chuck, I appreciate it.
No, Jake said
all right, I see Stuart. I think that's Stuart. Who's up there? Is that Stuart?
Oh, yeah, Stuart's up
yeah,
over
he's
there.
up there, and he's doing the commentary on that lower arena, which I don't know if they're still running the futurity class in there.
Good.
Or what? So go give Stuart hell.
I sure will. Thank you, buddy.
Chuck, thank you
Appreciate
very much,
it.
buddy.
Anytime you have any questions, reach out.
Will do.
All right.
One thing I was going to ask,
What's
too, is Nutrena, do they have like a helpline that people could call besides the QR code?
Yeah, you can always go on to Nutrena.com. You can do it on Facebook.
Okay.
There's actually a lot of Facebook Live events. There's an 800 number on there to call.
Okay.
And we'll get you that one so you can have it. There's always availability.
All right, that's what I thought. I just wanted you to say it.
Yeah, absolutely. Go right out there and reach in and call, because what they're going to do is, anytime you call that 800 number, or you email sometimes is better. They're going to forward that over to me, or somebody like me.
Okay, somebody within your area.
Yeah. They track that down, and then what happens is now you've got a local representative that could step in and help out and guide, and that gets you into the right spots.
Good to know.
You know, I make a point of everybody in California has my phone number. It seems like so. And sometimes I get calls from all over the country, but That's all. They're welcome to call anytime, because that's, if I'm supporting them, I'm supporting my customers
Right.
at the stores.
Right.
So, and if it helps keep these animals growing better and doing better, that's what we're there for. So yeah, reach out at 800 number, or to go through email, go through Nutrena.com, all the different things. There's all kinds of. We're easy to find.
Sounds
Easy.
good.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Chuck. Appreciate you.
All right. Take care.
Thanks for all your help. Okay, well, that was a nice visit with our Nutrena rep. A lot of good information there. We appreciate their support. Done a good job in helping us make this event what it is. So, like Chuck said, if you have questions, shoot them an email, give them a call. Sounds like they're waiting for you for information. He sounded like a really nice guy. Sure knew what he was talking about. Okay, back to real stuff here. Trevor Machiska and Slash J Storm from Ronan, Montana. They've got a good run here going. They're 3.5 minutes, walking nicely up to the sort pen. Trevor's going to go around to the backside to kind of hold them off that fence line so they don't walk down between the fence and there. Storm is doing a good job of keeping them controlled. When you look at it, you say, oh, these cattle just walked right in there. No, they didn't just walk right in there. They walked in there because of where Trevor is and where Storm is. You saw how many others kind of walked around the outside and looked and things like that. You got to get in the right place. You got to be able to see what's happening. Yeah, these cattle are a little bit easier to control than maybe some of the other ones. I didn't see anybody trying to get away or fight, but Trevor's going to work on his sort. He's got to get one out that far side, which there he almost was going to go. There, he let one go. Now we've got to roll one around the other two. They cannot go out the back where Storm is laid down. They've got to come out the front. So, you know, a lot of what happens, and one of the reasons that we have so many full scores and, you know, so much success in these arenas is not just the conditioning of all the cattle, so they're workable for us. They're very broke.
270 and a time of 4:40. Next up, we have number 33, Stacy Bisnet and LB3 Jane. On deck, Sarah Venegas and FLB Mia. Getting ready in the hole, Richard Bisnet and PDA Kirby. Getting ready, Philip Kiesner and Dally.
The reason they have so much success is not only the conditioning of the cattle, but the obstacles and the layout and positioning of the obstacles is something that you don't think about all the time. For instance, that sort, the way it's laid out, it's difficult, with that panel coming up the middle between the two gates, the exit gates. So it turns the cattle around and gives them an opportunity to go out the back gate, which makes your dog have to work, or you have to get around there. You have to be aware of that. Also the fact that when you go out the right side, when you send them out the right side, they are in most cases going to turn to the left and go to the exhaust gate, which pulls your other cattle this way. If the thing was turned around, then they would be sent up the arena, maybe a different result. So course design and setup and the way it flows is extremely important in the success of the trial. So that's what we're looking for. We want to make it successful, and so everybody has a good chance in it. So here we come, in Stacy Bisnet and LB3 Jane, and I learned yesterday what LB3 stands for, and it's Lazy B3. That's the name of their ranch. So this is a dog that has been bred on their ranch. And the B stands for Bisnet, Lazy Bisnet 3. Wilton, California. So again, we talked about being a family affair. This is Stacy. She is a nurse at Kaiser Hospital, I believe. I think not sure what kind of a nurse. I think she's in some of the administrative parts of the hospital, but I don't necessarily want to say because I don't know 100%. Her husband Richard, or as everybody calls him, Reb, by his initials, Richard Earl Bisnet, and Reb's brother Dennis Bisnet, and now Reb and Stacy's daughter Melody is also showing. So we've got 4 people in the same family. That's kind of what makes this thing go so well. Is, it's all a family deal, and I see these little kids that aren't quite old enough to be showing. They're running around on their little bikes and scooters and playing with their ropes and stuff, and they'll be running around here all day, and you don't really see mom and dad too much sometimes. Mom and dad are pretty comfortable out here having their 5 or 6 year old run around because they know darn well, just kind of like in the old days, that if their little Johnny comes over to our camp and starts doing something bad, that we're going to take Johnny by the ear and we're going to explain to him that that is not the way to act. And that's totally acceptable with the parents, At least it is in my world. Okay. So Stacy and Jane have got a really good run going here. They're at 3 minutes. Okay. Jane's got to do a little bit of convincing over there. Okay, they're almost through. Got to get that one. I'm a little curious. Wants to go look at the fence. Okay, now they're marching down to the sort pen. Stacy's waiting patiently. She's getting into position. Guides him directly in there. No waste of time there. Stacy steps over and blocks that near hole. Walks out. Okay, don't turn him around and push him on the dog. So there we are. Nice run, Stacy and LB3 Jane. About 440.
Good job, Stacy Bisnet and LB3 Jane. 4 points and a time of 4:43. Next up, we have number 34, Sarah Fernandez and Michael Nutrena. On deck, Richard Bisnet and PBA Kirby. In the hole, Phil Keesner and Dally. Getting ready, Kelly Funkelhood and Grace. Wow, that was the nail biter there for a minute. Good luck, or good job, Sarah and SLV full points of 270 and a time of 428. Next, we have number 35, Richard Bisnet and PDA Kirby. On deck, Philip Kiesner and Dally. In the hole, Kelly Funkelrud and Grace. Getting ready, Elliot Roberts and Allie. up, we have number 36, Philip Kiesner and Dally. On deck, Kelly Funkles, Root and Grace. In the hole, Elliot Robertson, Alley. Getting ready, Diane Brother and TEC Jackson.
Lie. Lie down. Wait. 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 Hear me. Hey, hear me. Now. Hear me. Hear me.
Next up, we have number 37, Kelly Funkelsrud and Grace. On deck, Elliot Robertson, Allie. In the hole, Diane Prather and TBC Jackson. Getting ready, Cynthia Jennings and Sis. So close. That was Kelly Funkelfruit and Grace. Score of 225. Next up, we have number 38, Elliot Roberts and Allie. On deck, Diane Prather and TBC Jackson. In the hole, Cynthia Jennings and Sis. Getting ready, Carter Harris and Leah. Just made it by the hair of your chinny chin chin. Full points of 270 at time of 5:58. Next up, we'll have number 39, Diane Prather and TBC Jackson. On deck, Cynthia Jennings and Sis. In the hole, Carter Harris and Leah. Getting ready, Blaine Morgan and Gus.
Country Vet Naturals dog food is crafted for hard-working dogs, packed with high-quality protein, essential vitamins and minerals. It's designed to fuel their energy and endurance. No fillers, no artificial additives, just pure natural nutrition for your loyal partner. Our formulas support your dog's digestive health, ensuring they can thrive at their best with comfort and ease. Country Vet Naturals gives your dog the strength and stamina to perform their best. Because when the job's tough, they deserve the best. Power your dog's performance with Country Vet Naturals.
Okay, thank you, Diane Brother and TBC Jackson. That was a fun 20 points. Next up, we have number 40, Good job, Cynthia Jennings and Sis. Full points of 270, a time of 4:45. Next up, we have number 41, Carter Harris and Leah. On deck, Blaine Morgan and Gus. In the hall, Amy Nelson and Stevie. Getting ready, Trevor Motichka and Shep. Okay, that was Color Harris and Leah. Great run, 270 for points. Time of 4:04. Next up we have number 42, Blaine Morgan and Gus. On deck, Amy Nelson and Stevie. In the hole, Trevor Motishka and Shep. Getting ready, Stacy Bisnet and LB3 Beverly. Good job, Blaine Morgan and Gus. Full score of 270, a time of 3 minutes. That would be our new unofficial leader.
Performance Plus is a really unique formula, maybe one of my favorite formulas in our entire lineup. It contains 26% crude protein, 16% crude fat, 370 calories per cup. It contains both glucosamine and chondroitin, supporting long-term joint health for your dog. It also contains our VX Advantage, which is a proprietary blend of vitamins and minerals, including selenium yeast as a sole source of added selenium, prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics, all working together in conjunction to support long-term digestive and immune system health. Next Level as a brand has made the commitment to control macro minerals, most especially calcium. We take calcium to levels significantly below FDA maximums that research has shown to support long-term whole body health of your dog.
was really exciting. Good job, Amy, Nelson, and Stevie. Stuck with it with full points of 270 and a time of 452. Next up, we're going to have number 44, Trevor Motishka and Shep. On deck, Stacy Bisnet and LB3 Beverly. In the hole, Sandy Jones and SS Remy. Getting ready, Richard Bisnet and LB3 Sam. Thanks to the stock setters for resetting those panels.
Are we on, Elliot? I don't think we're on.
Test, test.
You're on. I can hear you. Oh, maybe not one. Maybe it's three? It's three? Nope. Still not on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you in this.
You can hear me in your ear?
Come by. Dan.
Hello. Yeah, you're on.
All right, everybody, it's not very often I get to get on here. This is Steve White coming on here with Mountain State Stock Dog Association. We're at the 2025 finals. We got Trevor Matichka and Shep from Ronan, Montana. He came down there, and I'm lucky enough to get on here, everybody. We've got Hallie on from the Teton County
Idaho Fairgrounds.
What we're going to talk about is what you see going on here in this arena right now is a catalog tryout or national finals. This is the best of the best. And what we got going on is I believe it's August 4th.
That's correct.
We're going to go up to, tell us about your fairgrounds and your fair.
So our fairgrounds is on the west side of the Tetons, and we're Teton County, Idaho, and we're in Driggs. And we have about 40 acres of open space and beautiful facilities, and we are really excited to bring this new event Monday, August 4th. Steve's going to put on a showcase and hopefully narrate what we're all going to be watching, so people can learn and the audience can share their experience.
So what I'm going to do is we're going to bring up semi-load of cattle and sheep, and we're going to put on an event. We're going to have over 15 national champion titles there, from children on up to the best in the country. And we're going to load trailers in the middle of the arena. I'll load a semi in the middle of the arena. We're going to show people things with dogs. We're going to do horse trailer loading competitions. I'll put people standing on top of horse trailers to load them and split the arena in half. I mean, what we do with these dogs is absolutely amazing. You're watching some of it right here with some of these dogs. It's going to be very similar. We'll have obstacle courses set up, timed event. It's a really fast-paced, family-friendly event that not a lot of people get to see. I'm really looking forward to it. I think that it's something new to your fair. Have you ever done anything like
We
that?
have not. No, the Fair Board is really excited to bring this event, and it will be free entry. And we just want the people in the valley to come and watch and learn something and share their enthusiasm. This is going to be really exciting.
Well, Driggs has changed, but Driggs is a ranching and farming community.
It is. Yeah, there's still a lot of century farms and cattle farms and working dogs, all kinds of working dogs, and a lot of people in Teton Valley have dogs, so I think it'll be a popular event.
As you just saw right there, you guys, 2 minutes and 51 seconds. You're able to see what these dogs.
That was a full score of 270.
They're able to see what these dogs are able to do. You guys, we take these dogs home, we use them on the ranch, and replace. These dogs are replacing 15 to 20 cowboys at a time. And what you will take home from this is what God's gift is to an animal, you know. Like, this is what they were bred to do. And it's amazing to see in person. You've been here. This is actually the world's largest stock dog competition in the whole world. We'll run over 2,000 runs here this week. And if you want to come out and see what the dog can do and maybe give you a little bit of hope of what you can go home and do with your dog at home, this would be the fun thing. August 4th, go ahead and give them the details. It's on August 4th.
August 4th, Monday night in Driggs, Idaho, at the Teton County Fairgrounds.
Okay. I appreciate it, Hallie.
Thank you so much.
On deck, Sandy Jones and SF Fleming. In the hole, Richard Bisnet and LB3 Sam. Getting ready, Mark Stelling and Nico. was Stacy Bisnet and LB3 Beverly. Full points of 270 and a time of 3:54. Next up, we have number 46, Sandy Jones and SF Remy. On deck, Richard Bisnet and LB3 Sam. In the hole, Mark Stelling and Rico. Getting ready, Jordan Kilpack and Dude. Okay, that was Sandy Jones and SF Remy, not today. We will clear the arena, and then we will go to number 47, Richard Bisnet and LB3 Sam. On deck, Mark Stelling and Rico. In the hole, Jordan Kilpack and Dude. Getting ready, Elliot Roberts and Abby.
Come by. There.
Good job.
Our Salmon River is a grain-free food formulated for adult dogs. It contains 28% crude protein, 16% crude fat, and 390 calories per cup. It contains extremely high levels of omega-3. In fact, the omega-3 to 6 ratio is almost a 1-to-1, practically unheard of in the industry. It contains our VX Advantage, which is a proprietary blend of vitamins and minerals, including selenium yeast as a sole source of added selenium. Probiotics, prebiotics, postbiotics, all working together to support a healthy digestive and immune system. Another unique feature of all Next Level foods, including Salmon River, is the fact that we control macro minerals, including calcium, to levels significantly below FDA maximums, which research has shown to support long-term whole body health.
Down. Come by. Come by. Come by. There. Down. 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 Come by. Come by. There. Walk up. Down. Weak. Down. Come by. 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 There. Down. Come by. No, hey! Come by. Come by. Down. Walk up. Push. Push. Walk up. Walk up. Walk up. There. Walk up. Walk up. Walk up. Down. Wait. Wait. There. Down. Wait. Wait. Push back. Down. Come by. Come by. Push her up. Down. Away. Hey, away. Rico. Away. Down. Away. There. Down. Listen. Walk up. Down. Away. Hey, away. There. Come by. Push her up. There. Wait. There. Push him up. Push him up, Rico. Away. There. Away. There. Away. There. Away. There. Away. Down. Away. Come by. Down. Come by. Come by. There. Come by. Down. Down. Walk up. Walk up. There. Push. Push. Down. Down. Here. 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 Down. Walk up. Down. Come by. Come by. Down. Away. Away. There. Walk up. Push. Push. Down. Down. down, dude, lay down, walk, dude,
It's a long haul to Afton, but for folks like Irby and Jerry, the National Stock Dog Finals are worth it.
Yeah, they do it right. They have good people running it, and they always have good cattle. And then it's kind of a vacation. We just like to come up here and enjoy the area.
We came, what, 1,200 miles?
12, 13, it takes us 3 days to get here, but it's worth it.
Catch Irby and Jerry and more in Afton, Wyoming for the Mountain State Stock Dog Association Finals. 10 years in and the largest in the country. For Lorena from Idaho, the National Stock Dog Finals are about good people, fair runs, and a reason to come back year after year.
It's just a big family, so it's always fun to come visit with friends. But then the competition, Steve works really, really hard to have even cattle, so the competition feels pretty doggone fair as it can be.
Catch Lorena and more in Afton, Wyoming at the Mountain State Stock Dog Association Finals. 10 years in and the largest in the country.
Jennings and Dave, score of 225. Next up, we have number 53, Carter Harris and Hazel. On deck, Aubrey Ware and sister. In the hole, Amy Nelson and Dolly, getting ready.
Your relationship is built on trust. Your buddy is with you for work and play from sunup to sundown. And you can trust Nutrena True to deliver nutrient-packed formulas for active dogs like yours. Each bite is TruMune powered for immunity and mobility support, and with support for digestion plus joint, skin, and coat health, trust that they're always protected from the inside out. Find high-quality, hard-working nutrition near you at NutrenaWorld.com/NutrenaTrue. Nutrena, what's inside counts.
Up we have number 54, Aubrey, Ware, and sister. On deck, Amy Nelson and Dolly. In the hole, Trevor Montishka and HR Flash. Getting ready, Shirley Schultz and Lucky.
Lie down. Lie down.
Thank you, Aubrey and sister. That was a nice run. Full points and 346. Next up, we have number 55, Amy Nelson and Dolly. On deck, Trevor Motishka and HR Flash. In the hole, Shirley Schold and Lucky. Getting ready, Sam White and Rose. Next up, we have number 56, Trevor Motishka and HR Flash. On deck, Shirley Schuld and Lucky. In the hole, Sam White and Rose. Getting ready, Randy Pennebaker and GS Hope.
Down. Lay down. Look. Lay down. Look. Look. Come by.
Okay, thank you, Trevor Morticia and HR Flash. Up next, we have Shirley Scholl and Lucky. On deck, Sam White and Rose. In the hole, Andy Pennebaker and B.S. Hope. And getting ready, Lindsay Boyce and B.R. Pearl.
There? Anybody there? Yellow. Okay, we're back. I'm sitting in for Stuart to finish these last few. He's going to go grab a bite to eat. I'm done running my dogs. So we're on Shirley Scholl and Lucky from Richland, Oregon. We're about 2 minutes into her run. She looks like she's got a darn good run going. 2 minutes, she's going into the sort pen. Let's see if she gets in there. There we are, we're loaded. Let's sort them. One out Shirley's left, 2 out the right, in that order. None out the back. So I'm sure Stuart's been keeping you up to date on what the rules are and how we're doing this thing. Okay, so we got 1 out, 2 out, 3 out. Time, good run. Look at that, 2:57. I haven't been keeping track and I haven't seen scores yet, but I imagine that might be in the top 5 or so. Okay, so after Shirley, we've got 3 more runs, it looks like.
Score of 270. and a time of 2:57. That is unofficially our second place.
Oh, officially second
Next up, we
place.
have number 58, Sam White and Rose. On deck, Randy Pennebaker and G.S. Hope. In the hole, Lindsay Boyce and B.R. Pearl.
Okay. Coming up next is my favorite little guy, Sam White. He just got moved to the Open. Sam is going to be in the Open for the 2026 year. He was a novice last year, got moved to the intermediate, and they've already moved him to the Open. So any shows that he went into after April 30th, which are a couple, he was showing in the Open and winning the darn thing. So let's see what Sam and his good dog Rose do. Pretty nice. Okay, for all those that think you're too old, here's for all those that think you're too young. Sam's 10. He is the youngest member of the Open class. Carter Harris, who also just got moved up, is the second youngest. He is 13. Saturday he will be 14 in the Open. Sam will be, and Carter will be competing against all the top hands in the industry, dog trainers, dog breeders, good cowboys, the guys that have been kicking ass all year round for years. Yep, here's the next generation. So get your kids involved in something. Get them in there young where they can be good and have fun. Sam's been out there working all day. I think he's either setting cattle or sheep or exhausting them, one of the two. I see his older brother Stockton sitting up here in the stands with me that is 16, I think, or thereabouts. He's also in the Open. Not bad, less than 2 minutes and you're on to your sort. So let's see what Sam does. Got a good set of cattle and Rose is using them well. They're lined out. Rose has got to go over on that side, put a little pressure on. There's a lane between the obstacle and the fence that they can walk down that you don't want them to. So Sam hustles around, gets them all. Let's see. Okay, we're loaded. Let's make a sort. We got to go one out the far side, two out the near side. Sam maneuvers them around. 10 years old. This kid is good. Like I say, he's been working all day. He hasn't been slacking, running around. Okay, he's going to get that one to move. Got her out, puts Rose back in place. Cattle cannot go out the back. Got him moving. Let's see what his time is. 3 minutes. 3:07 for Sam. Another great run. Sam White. One of the white boys. One of the white kids. There is Sage White in there too, who is the only girl. And she will be in the novice class, or is in the novice class.
Good job, Sam White and Rose. That was full points of 270 and a time of 3:07. Next up, number 59, Randy Pennebaker and G.S. Hope. On deck, Lindsay Boyce and B.R. Pearl will round out this class.
Just imagine what these kids are going to be like in 10 or 20 years that are this good now. Okay, here we go with Randy Pennebaker and his dog G.S. Hope from Reedley, California. Randy and his wife Kelly. Both show dogs have a ranch there. Kelly, the school teacher, I don't know kind of forgot what grade she teaches. I don't know if she told me 2nd grade or 5th grade, something like that, but she is a school teacher. Randy runs the ranch, trains a few horses. And they put on some dog trials around the Reedley area at their ranch, and also at the Squaw Valley Rodeo grounds.
Down, down.
Oh, he's got a nice set that's trotty and sticking together. All Hope has to do is direct the front one and go back and push the back one. So simple as that. All right, Randy does a nice job of just moving that one in. Just half a step, that's all he had to take. You guys watch the way the handlers and the dogs work together. What happens when they do something? Now, Randy might have been a step too far ahead, turn that cow around, or maybe the dog just caught his eye and turned him around. Don't know. Now they're going the wrong way. We got to get them back. They can either go around the backside, they can go through, or they can come around the front, but they got to head towards obstacle number 3. The handler cannot walk into the obstacle, so if they stall out, you got to use your dog. You can't walk in there. You can jump up and down from the outside all you want. You cannot stick your hands or your feet or your head or your hat or anything else inside that obstacle. So Randy's doing a good job of just keeping them moving. That's all you want to do. You can't make them move too much faster than they want to without causing a wreck in most places.
Yeah.
Randy's Hope's getting them all back together, and we'll head out. Randy's got to stand behind the handler's line until they clear obstacle number 3. The handler's line is the back of obstacle number 5, which is the pin and sort. And a little bit to my left, but you don't know where the hell I'm sitting. It's the big beam that holds up this grandstands. There's a line across there from him. So now that they've cleared obstacle number 3, Randy can move forward. He can go anywhere he wants now, except through or in an obstacle. So we've got to take him down to the other end, bring him around that. And then down the fence into the pin. And this is 2 obstacles, number 5 and number 6. 5 is the pin, 6 is the sort. Once you get them all in, they all have to be consumed inside the pin without going out the front at one time. So get all 3 of them in there, and you get your points, and then you can start your sort. The sort is 1 out the far side, 2 out this near side. So you can see the 5 on there, and then you can see the 6 up on the front by where Randy is. The cattle skirted around the back side of that obstacle. There's an area, it's probably, I guess it's 5 or 6 feet wide, plenty of room. He's going to push them right back up through there, right where that Nutrena's Loyal Life sign is. And then Hope is going to have to hope that Hope pushes them off that fence and turns them into the pen. So this is a team You can't push them in there real hard. Of course, Randy is in the back now. That's a long way from the front if those cattle decide to just trot through there. And they can't do that. That's not what you're supposed to do. You have to reload them, get them all in there, and held before you do your sort. So Randy's at 5 minutes now. He's got a minute, so that one that's in has to still be in. It's moving pretty good. Oh, he's good. I think he made it. I'm not the judge, but I think that one got through. The back one got through before that first one got out all the way. So let's see. It looks like that's the way it is with a time of 5:22. So got a little bit of luck involved with that, and Randy made a good decision. It was close, but the front one hadn't gone out before the back one got all the way in. So he's good, 5:22 with a full score. They'll add that to his first score.
Good job,
time.
Pennebaker and GS Health. Full score of 270, a time of 5:22. Next up is our last dog in this class. Number 60, Lindsay Boyce and B.R. Pearl.
Okay, this is our last contestant in the second round of the intermediate cattle. Lindsay Boyce and her dog Pearl from Chinook, Montana. So let's see if Lindsay can just make a smoking hot run here to close this out. So any contestants that are listening, don't forget, pictures, you need to be in the blue shirt that was given to you in your handler's bag when you checked in. And it'll be 30 minutes after the last animal. I don't know if the sheep arena is still running. It'll be 30 minutes after the last contestant runs. So check the sheep arena. We're going to be done here in a couple minutes with Lindsay's run. She's got a nice set. These cattle have all been fit pretty well. Match. Looks like we've got three nice looking heifers, two blacks and a red one. Lindsay was able to just guide them right in there. Pressure and release. That's what we're looking for. She did a great job. Now there is an opening right there about where Lindsay is now that those cattle could come out of, and they are not allowed to. So either the handler or the dog needs to block that hole and push them over to the back side of that obstacle and keep the flow going. So if you get too high on these animals, too much up the side, you're going to get right into their eye and they're going to stop. And then you're going to have to back up and you're going to have to restart them. Not a huge thing if the clock's not ticking, but in here the clock keeps ticking even when we make mistakes. Red just doesn't look like she wants to play a lot. The other two are standing there just waiting. They're ready to go through, you know. Their idea is, hey, just do what they want. We got a couple minutes out here. They send us back to the holding pen. There's a great big round bale out there for us. Maybe a couple of them in some of the bigger pens. Big old trough full of fresh water. Let's just get out of here and go back there. The thing's almost over. Then Kevin and his crew will take them all back out to the big pasture field where they can really stretch their legs and relax for the evening and the night. And they'll stay out there on grass till probably about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning when they're moved again. So that's kind of our protocol around here. Be nice to the animals. So we've got to control the front cow, direct the front cow, and go back and push the back cow. Keep them going in a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. If we start zigzagging around, Lindy and Pearl have not done anything wrong, but when they got out of obstacle number 3, they went straight across the arena all the way to the other side, which in that distance they could have been all the way to obstacle number 4 if they would have been able to have been straightened out. Now they're going through obstacle number 4, so we used up all that time. So that's why one of the reasons this time endpoint event, it kind of showcases the handler's skill and the dog's skill to control and direct the livestock, whether it be the sheep or whether it be the cattle. So Lindsay's done a good job. She's got a nice set. Oh, kind of misses that red one. Should have been out in front just a hair. Again, not a big deal. The dog did her job. Sometimes it's really hard to see if that animal is lining up to go inside the obstacle or going to skirt the outside like that red one did from where we are standing as handlers. So now we've got to turn them in. Now we've got them in. So once they're in, okay. Now she's got her 45 points, 15 points per head. And she's up to 225 points right now. She needs another 45 to make a full score. She's got about a minute and a half left to make her sort. She knows one out the far side. There one goes. All right. She had both of them. There's a panel that goes up the middle, and they were on this right side. So nice job, Lindsay and Pearl. Time of about 4:55. Good work. That was our last contestant, I believe, unless there was a rerun or somebody went out of order, for round 2 of the cattle.
Okay, that was Lindsay Boyce and B.R. Pearl with a full score of 270 and a time of 4:55. That wraps up our intermediate cattle for today.
Okay.
We will see you all tonight at the dinner.
Okay, so that ends intermediate cattle. We got pictures coming in maybe 30 minutes. I don't know if they're still running sheep in the sheep arena or so.
If anyone needs their RV pumped, there was someone.
But I'll probably talk to you tomorrow. Have fun.
And get in touch.